Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I hope you had a fantastic day, and today we have a spontaneous stream again because of, I guess, very big news just released, I don't know, a couple of hours ago, I think. So today it's called magazine VanityFair had an exclusive deal, I guess, with Amazon to publish the first pictures of the show with some character reveals, some names that we get, and quite a bit of detail and interviews and so on. I link the article in chat in case you haven't seen it. You can look at it for yourself. Shoutouts go to VanityFair, of course. Here on the screen you see their tweet. I have to be a bit careful here, just for the understanding of people, because this is kind of an exclusive deal of VanityFair or something. I'm not sure if it's exclusive. Others outlets have published some stuff too, but it is possible that VanityFair has the exclusive publishing rights for today. So I want to be a bit careful here with showing and don't get into copyright territory trouble and so on. So we definitely have to look a bit into what we have. However, VanityFair has posted everything they have also on Twitter, and that is what I will use a bit, and maybe we can also have downloaded the pictures on my hard drive, so if we need to take a closer look at the pictures, we will find out. So I hope you people all had a fantastic day so far, and now we can dive into some Tolkien lore and analysis. I really try to stick to the facts, what we know from the books as always, and look what we might see on the pictures and what not. I'm not here to discuss politics and so on. That is a thing not I don't want to do on this channel too much, only in rare occasions. So I feel like there has to be some statement here too, because there is like a big elephant in the room, if you want to call it like this. And we might have to talk about that, even though I'm not looking too much forward to that, if I'm totally honest. Because the different opinions, I can see that people are a bit, not insecure is the wrong word, but irritated is maybe a better word, by seeing some of the stuff. Some people might feel somewhat confirmed in what they expected and so on. So we will find out what is going on soon. Give me a moment to just adjust my monitor in a way that can I make this bigger? Yeah, I can. That's actually very, very neat. A lot of people also watching today. Welcome everyone. Nice to see you all here. I already posted something on Twitter too. We come to this in a moment. So as said, I have to be a bit careful because of publishing and image rights and so on. Other channels might handle this differently, but I definitely want to be careful and again give shoutouts to VanityFair, where the article is published. I posted in chat, and if people want, I forgot to implement. Maybe I can do this really quick. Well, really quick in a stream is always difficult. Whatever, maybe we just start and I try to do it in parallel. So again, we get like the bot command that people can open the link to the article. So my plan was something like this. So here we have the Twitter thing, and on that Twitter thing they posted all kinds of pictures already. There's a thread, I think. Yeah. And here we have stuff. So let's just go through the pictures chronologically. And it's a bit very what can I say? A loaded topic, if you want. So yeah, it's kind of difficult. It will be a really difficult stream for me. I put in some work today looking at the scripts and so on. Oh, also Bilbo Baggins joined. I always wanted to welcome Bilbo Baggins. Thank you for your support and joining us here as a member on YouTube. Much appreciated. Yeah, it will also be a difficult day for the mods today, so please excuse this a little bit. It's really difficult. Like, I don't want to go too much into gender politics, but maybe we start with the least surprising detail, which is of course the character we see here. We have this picture here, and This is Morvid Clark, and she plays Galadriel, what everyone has suspected now for a very long time. I mean, it was like an open truth to this point, but yeah, maybe we can click on it. Oh, sorry for the flash. Okay, this is the actual article, so maybe I have to go back. Did it open parent? It did. So we have to maybe keep it like, can I make it bigger? I can. That's probably the easiest way to deal with it. So she's in the water. That in of itself is not too unusual. Elves really like water. I might have the picture I need for this. No, I don't have it, but I have it in a moment. So just from a lore perspective, I mean, there's not too much to discuss or here. Only that I'm not able to type in parallel and talk. Oh, come on. Artwork collection. Found it. Okay, there's a beautiful artwork of Ted Nasmith, which I might bring up here on the screen really fast. So as you can see here, this is an illustration of Ted Nasmith showing the awakening of the elves, and you see they're close to a shore. This is a bay called Cuivienen. It is... I hope I have a good Middle-earth map available. Yeah, I have. It is here. There was like a huge sea of Helkar. The elves awoke there, called Cuivienen. Map is not 100% correct. However, they woke there, and the first thing they saw was the stars in the sky, because the world was dark, sun and moon weren't created yet, and the first thing they heard was the water when they awoke. So that is why stars and water is very important to elves. So Galadriel swimming in the water is not something unusual. Elves don't explode when they touch water. So in case some people might have thought about, hey, can Galadriel swim? She for sure can. So there is no problem with it so far. There's another picture. Maybe I can find it really fast. Maybe we stay with Galadriel for a moment. Here it is. So we have this picture of Galadriel in her armor. If you have seen the last stream, let me see. Lord of the Rings on Prime stuff. How did I do it last time? That's my biggest question. Oh no, I remember now. We did terrible things. You have to be kidding me. My shortcut isn't working, so that just is absolutely fantastic. Fit to screen, please. Okay, now it works. Let me just find the picture from when we talked last time. The posters. So we already saw a person in an armor holding a very unusual dagger, and that was, of course, Galadriel, as we suspected. I think we suspected. We had all kinds of ideas who that could be, but I also think we talked about Galadriel and her hands looked female and so on. It was this poster here, and now we see in this other picture that our guess was pretty spot on. This is totally the same armor. We don't see the dagger though, I think, but we see Galadriel there. And Galadriel did not wear armor. First of all, Captain Caps Lock is not a friend of the chat, so there's that. But did Galadriel wear armor? That's a very good question. I mean, there is not much speaking against her wearing armor, though, even though it's never explicitly stated, and I also would not have imagined her wearing armor. However, there is another artwork which we just dive into. Maybe that's an interesting chat question. I take it as a question. In chat, what is going on with that? I already posted posted already a tweet where I also quoted from the Unfinished Tales. We'll maybe look into the text in a moment a bit more too. So in the First Age, so far before the series started, there is an event, the first kinslaying, and this is in Aman, so on the west continent, and Alqualonde is around here on the map. I maybe have a better map picture of it, because I have actually at some point put in the effort making like my own map of this. So Alqualonde is, I can't rotate the arrows, but it is round about here. This is the west continent, it's not a precise depiction of the west continent, but there is like this small island in front of it. There's this bay, and somewhere, most likely a bit further up north at the coast, there's Ar-Pharazôn, as we see. And in this kinslaying, there is a version of the in the Unfinished Tales of Galadriel. For people not aware, Galadriel is a character that went through a lot of iteration through Tolkien's life, and she became more and more important and more and more powerful and more significant over time. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Let me see. Can I find... Okay, I found it. So there is actually a mention of Tolkien, and Tolkien writing this himself, of Galadriel fighting. It's not mentioned if I think she uses a sword or anything or wears an armor, but she was at least fighting. So in this fight, let me just go back to the first kinslaying in Ar-Pharazôn. There were the Teleri elves. The mother of Galadriel is a Teleri elf. So she is there's 3 elven clans, the Vanyar, the Noldor, and the Teleri. The father of Galadriel is from the high society from the royal line of the Noldor elves. She is the granddaughter of the first king of the Noldor, Finwë. Maybe I have a beautiful artwork by Kimberly of Finwë. No, I know I have one. The question is how long it takes me to bring it up here on screen. Production always difficult, and looking at chat. Finwë. Let me see if I find him. I hope it is the right one. Yeah, that should be the right one. So this is Kimberly 80's interpretation of Finwë, and he was the first king of the Noldor. You see he has black hair. I think this is pretty accurate, because the Noldor line often has darker hair. It's not unusual. And so as a result, this is the father of Galadriel's father, Finarfin. I also have an artwork of Finarfin and Galadriel by Jenny Dolphin, also fantastic artist. Probably forgot to switch. Oh. To switch. Let me see. Did I save him as Finarfin? Yes, I did. Also fantastic work. This is the father of Galadriel, Finarfin, I think, and he is hugging his daughter Galadriel, I think, by Jenny Dolphin. Pretty awesome artwork. And they, as mentioned, now I have to switch back to Ted Nesmith. So she's related to both of two big clans of the elves, the Teleri and the Noldor. However, since her father is like one of the heirs of the king of the Noldor, I would count Galadriel towards the Noldor. However, her mother is also the daughter of the king of the Teleri in Aman, though. It's a complicated story with the Teleri. They are a very split up clan, if you want. And in this kinslaying, let me just see if I find it again. It's right at the beginning. That's awesome. Not enough scenes here. The Noldor had like a reason. Some jewels were stolen from the son of Finwë, and Finwë, the first king of the Noldor, was slain. The son got angry and decided to attack who stole those. That is Morgoth, the master of Sauron, the first Dark Lord. And he was, though, in Middle-earth, so they decided they have to go back to Middle-earth from this west continent, Aman, which is here on the other side. Maybe I can bring the other map back in. So the elves were somewhere here, and the elves needed to go somewhere here, maybe-ish. And to do this, they need ships. And to get those ships, they asked the Teleri. But the Teleri would not give their ships to the Noldor. Also, the high angels of the world that also live on this west continent, Aman, said, hey, don't do this. It's a terrible idea to go there for revenge, and it will, I don't know, we will have tears unnumbered if you do this. And that prophecy, or the prophecy of the doomsman of the Valar, Mandos, also called Namor, he basically warned them, cursed them, you could almost say. There was like a powerful fate now upon them that would be very terrible for the elves. And however, the first thing that started into this terrible direction was this, what you see here, the kinslaying of Alqualonde, where the elves of the Noldor elves attacked the Teleri to steal their ships. Not all families of the Noldor, but some did. For example, the families of the mentioned son of Finwë, Feanor, but also others intervened. However, in this version, though, it's a bit different from the versions we know. Maybe I just read it, and you can maybe see what I mean if we now return to why I'm even talking about all of this in at length. I just need to find the tweet again. So Galadriel in armor. Let me see. Pondering what she might do, Galadriel's thought turned to the ships of the Teleri, and she went for a while to dwell with her mother's kindred. As said, her mother is a Teleri elf. Kindred to Alqualonde. There she met Celeborn, who is here again a Telerine prince, the grandson of Olwe of Alqualonde. Olwe is the king of the Teleri, and thus her close kinsman. Together they planned to build a ship and sail it to Middle-earth, and they were about to seek leave from the Valar for their venture when Melkor fled from Valmar, and returning with Ungoliant, that's Shelob's mother, destroyed the light of the trees. So there are the legendary 2 trees, and they were also destroyed in the process. So Melkor, with the help of Shelob's mother, Ungoliant, did like a lot of damage, like really massive damage on Aman, and basically you could almost say changed how the world was ordered by destroying these 2 trees. Let's see if I find the 2 trees. Maybe we take Benef's depiction of the trees. These are the 2 trees. They basically were the light source of the world. Sun and moon in the mythology were not created yet. They were created out of the last flower and the last fruit of these trees. In Feanor's revolt that followed the darkening of Valinor, Galadriel had no part. So Tolkien explicitly mentioned that even though Galadriel is counted towards the Noldor, she had no part in this slaying, in this first kinslaying. Indeed, she, with Celeborn, fought heroically in defense of Alqualonde against the assault of the Noldor, and Celeborn's ship was saved from them. Galadriel, despairing now of Valinor and horrified by the violence and cruelty of Feanor, set sail into the darkness without waiting for Manwë's leave, which would doubtedly have been withheld in that hour. However, legitimate her desire in itself. It was thus that she came under the ban set upon all departure, and Valinor was shut against her return. But together with Celeborn, she reached Middle-earth somewhat sooner than Feanor and sailed into the haven where Círdan was lord. So this is what happens in this version that Christopher Tolkien summarizes here, as far as I'm aware. Or it's the version directly by Tolkien. No, I think it's a summary of the version. So, as we can see here in the text, Galadriel fought heroically in defense in Alqualonde against the assault. It's not described that she had an armor or a sword, but she fought. And the Noldor, you have to consider this, the Noldor went to war. They went to war against Morgoth. So one could make an argument that even Galadriel had an armor. I think this is the smallest detail, and you can make an argument for this. So there's this. Also see that the diversity is a big topic here. Let us come to the diversity topic maybe a moment later. I know a lot of people are curious about what I might think about that, and so on and so forth. But let's stick to the lore for a moment. Basically, I think to the comment, Galadriel did not wear an armor. In my opinion, you can make an argument for that. There's even, let me see if I find it really quick. There's also like a name for Galadriel, and her mother name is Nerwen, and Nerwen means something like man maiden. I mean, I don't want to serve old stereotypes of men and women and so on and so forth, but of course, a noble lady of the elf, one would probably not expect having sword and armor. And she was described as very athletic and very tall, and that is how she got the name. However, her father's name was Artanis, noblewoman. So she had different names, and there's also an explanation how she got the name Galadriel later. Don't want to go into too many details details of that. In my opinion, makes not much of a difference, though. Yeah, let me just see. Her mother's name was Nerwen, man maiden, and she grew to be tall beyond the measure even of women of the Noldor. She was strong of body, mind, and will, a match for both the lawmasters and the athletes of the Eldar in the days of their youth. Even among the Eldar, she was accounted beautiful, and her hair was held a marvel unmatched. It was golden like the hair of her father, so it should be explained. I said the Noldor had dark hair. However, the mother of her father, so her grandmother by her father's side, was a Vanyar elf, and the Vanyar elves were known for her golden hair. So that is where she got this, and I think her mother was a Teleri, she had silver hair, and these basically mixed in Galadriel and made her hair very unusual, though still, it was, exactly, it was golden like the hair of her father and of her foremother Indis, but richer and more radiant, for its gold was touched by some memory of the star-like silver of her mother. And the Eldar said that the light of the two trees, Laurelin and Telperion, had been snared in her tresses. Also likes the word tresses, I think it has a Greek root. So yeah, the lights of the two trees. Here we only see Telperion, the silver tree. The other tree, Laurelin, has a golden light. And they basically alternate who's shining, and there's like an overlap time too. So this is a story I really often explain here in chat, and it is basically, for me personally, to make long story short, this pretty much works pretty well. It's Galadriel, and she has an armor. Yeah, totally possible. However, a thing that we could already speak about this detail here. That is definitely a thing that concerns me personally most about this. When you read the article, I can read it from the article if I find it. It's basically the second last paragraph in the article. I link it again here in chat, so that is the source for it. The showrunners say something that worries me a little bit. Though they simply have a different opinion than I have, but that is a thing that is for me personally a bit disappointing. So they say in the novels the aforementioned things take place over thousands of years, but Payne and McKay have compressed events into a single point in time. It is their biggest deviation from the text, and they know it's a big swing. We talked with the Tolkien estate, says Payne. If you are true to the exact letter of the law, you are going to be telling a story in which your human characters are dying off every season because you are jumping 200 years in time, and then you are not meeting really big important canon characters until season 4. look, there might be some fans who want us to do a documentary of Middle-earth, but we're going to tell one story that unites all these things. This, for me, is something I feared from the beginning. Like, if you remember, maybe some of you were present during the very early streams we had here on the channel, where we talked about how is this show gonna work? Like, exactly this is a huge problem. You basically have very little options to portray men in a show that has to depict events over the course of 3,441 years, when they at most live, like, in extreme cases, some men live like 400, 500 years. Most normal characters in the world outside of Numenoreans with the expanded lifespan only live like 100 years. And let's see, you meet them at 20, so they have 80 more years, and you have to skip 100 years ahead. The character's gone already. That kind of is impossible to work. So in my imagination, I thought they would just focus on very small time spaces and maybe expand a little bit on those. But it seems like that is not what they are doing. They are literally taking, this is at least how I understand this passage here that I just read, the events in time and jump through them, on compress them together, so that certain events suddenly happen in parallel to others which was completely different in the books. That is a very big concern, because this can very, very easily lead to some conflict inside the story. Like, it can be really strange if that makes any sense. So I don't know. It's a big it's really, really, for me personally, a bit disappointing to read that they compress time, not just a little bit. Peter Jackson also compressed time. For example, if you think of let me see, do I have a screenshot loaded? Not really, but I can find one. If you have, for example, seen the films, the Peter Jackson films, if we, for example, think of, let me see, do I have a good picture of that? Yeah, maybe we take the cake. If we think of Bilbo's birthday party, which is this scene here, and Frodo leaving the Shire, in the book, there are like, I think, 17 years in between. That is not how the films portray. They compress the time, but in addition, let's say these 17 years are not really needed. Also, Elijah Wood is like 17, 18 when they started filming, and in the book, Frodo Baggins is 50 when he leaves the Shire. So, and this birthday party is his 33rd birthday, while it's Bilbo's 111th birthday. Both have this, how do you call it in German? We say Schnapszahl. So there's that. However, they plan on not compressing 70 years where not that much happens anyway and cut a few things out. They maybe make, I don't know, Forging the Rings and the Fall of Numenor in parallel. That is a bit, in my opinion, problematic, I guess. At least it can lead to problems. Maybe they do it really well and then it works. But so far my fear is that it might be a problem. So, yeah, this is the other questions in chat. I know a lot of people are still talking about politics and racism and woke stuff and whatnot. We will maybe get there in a moment too, but are there maybe other things I should mention with this picture? I can say, yeah, I guess most people would have guessed that when we saw this original picture from the Lord of the Rings show, where is it here, that this is most likely Galadriel. That kind of works. Also, just ignore the little thing there. So that is Galadriel. Let us go back to the thread. something like this. So yeah, what we learn from this: elves can swim, and Galadriel can fight and potentially wear armor and have a sword. Totally possible. What we don't see is she's not wearing a ring yet, which makes sense because Sauron still has the one ring. So as a result, it's an interesting question. Does Galadriel already have her ring here at this point in time or not? That's a bit hard to say. The armor does look cool. I agree with Canadian Fantasy Corner. The armor looks pretty decent, I have to admit. You have to consider she's a Noldor elf, and Noldor elves are really well equipped when it comes to war. They came to Middle-earth with the idea, okay, let's bring war to this place. We want to defeat Morgoth. Maybe I find a good... I also have several good artworks of the first Dark Lord Morgoth. He was one of the Valar, so one of the High Angels. I usually use this by Kimberly 80, which I really like. And yeah, he was once called Melkor, and then he did a set destroy the 2 trees of Valinor, and which I can't show you anymore. Then he was before basically imprisoned and pardoned to some degree. A complicated story, and then he of course betrayed the Valar again, destroyed the 2 trees with the help of Ungoliant, stole the 3 Silmarilli that are very legendary elven artifacts, gems that captured the light of these 2 trees of Valinor in them, and were made by Feanor, the greatest elven craftsman of all time. And he wanted it back. He also murdered the king of the Noldor. That is also a very complicated story. And then he became the Dark Lord of Middle-earth, and he was cursed, and Feanor cursed him and called him Morgoth from that time on. And he is, of course, I guess, not part of the god pantheon of the Valar, so of these high angels anymore. There's one god in the world, and in the world there are powers comparable to angels of different ranks. There are the high angels, the Valar, and the lower ranked angels, the Maiar, the Gandalf, the for example also the Balrogs, or the Saruman, Radagast, the 2 blue wizards. Also Sauron. Sauron is also a Maiar, an angel of lower rank. I usually call him like that because that's the closest analogy, but the high angels, the high powers, there's like a certain number of them, and they form a god pantheon. Always interesting to know. I'm also so impressed how people can just so relentlessly and passionately discuss about skin color and stuff. It's kind of fascinating. Okay, so we might have to go into this territory again, which I'm not looking too forward. Not gonna lie. So another interesting thing I can maybe show on this show here is this picture here. Here we see a character, and here she is called Disa, the sister of Thorin Oakenshield, if you remember from The Hobbit. Let me see if I can find a good picture of Thorin. Really quick, had a sister, and the sister was called Dis. Hard to say what it is. Could mean, like, all the dwarf names are Old Norse, and Tolkien borrowed them from the Edders. However, this name Dis is not borrowed from the Edda. However, it's still Old Norse origin. It could mean something like goddess. It could also mean something like sister. Difficult to say. There was like the what is it called? The suffix dis, and this usually stands for you basically add it to a word, and then it means something like a sister. We have a pretty cool picture of Thorin Oakenshield, which is I think from the Unexpected Journey. Pretty awesome. You see his oaken shield. Even the name Oakenshield, interestingly, if we would look into the into the Edda, we also find it. We also find it in there. It's, in my opinion, quite interestingly that even like they're not put together. It's like a different person, but basically one with an oaken shield is one of the, like there's a huge list of names of dwarves in the Poetic Edda in the Old Norse mythology, and one is also Thorin. He's mentioned in it, and there's also somebody called I hope I pronounce it correctly, Aikin Skjaldi, and that means oaken shield. And then it's kind of an interesting detail. This, as said, is not mentioned there, but it seems like it is also Old Norse. Disa, though, is also Old Norse mythology. I think it's used as a name in Old Norse in Sweden. So that's always a good sign. So they got at least the language right, which in my opinion is pretty decent. Like some people feared that they would, I don't know. There's one character, I don't know, maybe called Karine or something, basically Karine or Karen, I'm not sure, in one of the leaks, so I'm not convinced how this name works out. We try to find out what it means. Disa, though, works, maybe means goddess. So now we come already to one of the elephants in the room. This, we can read that she's a dwarven princess. As said, the name is okay, but it seems unusual that that dwarves, have dark skin. I'm not, to be honest. I'm to be honest, it's kind of interesting. But let me just find the quote really quick. So, how did dwarven females look? It might be surprising, and for some people who know the dwarves quite well. Exactly. Disa, somebody writes it, Elraro. Disa should have a lush beard. Exactly. So there is like an interesting detail in all of that. That is that dwarven females have beards and are, for outsiders that are not dwarves, quite difficult to to tell apart from each other. Let me see if I can find my own quote, because then I don't have to look it up. Okay, I found. So maybe I can read this to you. Sadly I forgot where this is from. I think there's even like a mention of it in Lord of the Rings itself, but let me see. So Naugrim is the term for the for dwarves. I think the Elvish term. The Naugrim were ever, as they still remain, short and squat in stature. They were deep-breasted, strong in the arm, and stout in the leg, and their beards were long. Indeed, this strangeness that they have, what? Sometimes Tolkien's wording is so unusual. Indeed, this strangeness they have that no man nor elf has ever seen a beardless dwarf, unless he was shaven in mockery, and would then be more like to die of shame than of many hurts that to us would seem more deadly. For the Naugrim have beards from the beginning of their lives, male and female alike. Nor indeed can their womankind be discerned by those of other race, be it in the feature or in the gait or in the voice. I'm not sure if I pronounce gait right, whatever. Nor in any wise save this, that they go not to war, or seldom save a duress and need save a duress need issue from their deep bowers and halls. It is said also that their womankind are few, and that save their kings and chieftains few dwarfs ever wed, wherefore their race multiplied slowly and now is dwindling. Sorry for reading, this was a bit budget here. But so female dwarfs would, if we just go very strongly with what is written in the books, pretty much look like the males. So she could potentially almost look like yeah, we have some interesting detail. We'll come to that. I'm happy that somebody highlights it. Let me see. Wasn't here a picture? I don't find a picture of our friend Durin, sadly, which is very unfortunate. But there's also a picture of Durin, and maybe she would look closer to this. When it comes to skin color, I have to say, and now we might come to my opinion on this part. Like, Tolkien very rarely describes skin colors of people in his books. It happens. For example, there's sometimes a phrase, has a pale skin. He often uses the word, for example, swart or swarthy, not often, but when he describes it, we for example, find this description, or pale, or something like this. So there is definitely some mention at this, but it's sometimes very surprising. Like, the use of how he uses these words is very, in my opinion, inconsistent throughout the books. Let me give you an example. We talked about this in the past too. Now, for example, Lord of the Rings. But there was one swarthy Brelander. So, a Brelander is described as swarthy. Or let me see. Let me see if we find there's another interesting quote. I don't know which chapter this is, but yeah, this is from a very late. This is when Sam and Frodo are in Ithilien. There are the Haradrim, for example, and Sam, eager to see more, went now and joined the guards. He scrambled a little way up into one of the larger of the bay trees. For a moment he caught a glimpse of a swarthy man in red running down the slope from a way off, with green-clad warriors leaping after them, hewing them down as they fled. Arrows were thick in the air. Then suddenly, straight over the rim, their sheltering bang, a man fell crashing through the slender trees, nearly on top of them. He came to rest in the fern a few feet away, face down, green arrow feathers sticking from his neck below a golden collar. His scarlet robes were tattered. His corselet of overlapping brazen plates was rent and hewn. His black plaits of hair braided with gold were drenched with blood. His brown hands still clutched the hilt of a broken sword. So this man is also, or here we also find the description of them being swarthy, and we find his brown hand. So there is a mention. However, we also find the description of, for example, that Brelanders were swarthy in the same way. So, as said, it is a little bit inconsistent throughout the books. Usually, I would not think of that the Brelanders are also swarthy in my imagination, but I'm also grew up with the Peter Jackson films. And I would say this is not, for me personally, not the biggest issue which skin color a character has. I think for this year, it is a very different question if you ask, does Sophia Nomviti, I think that's how our name should be pronounced, roundabout. Does she play a black dwarf or does she play a dwarf? That's, in my opinion, a very huge difference. Like, I don't mind a black person playing just a normal character in the world when the skin color isn't really a topic inside the world itself. Even if it might contradict what Tolkien wrote about those characters. But if maybe we can look at this character a bit more closely. No, we can't. That doesn't work. Unfortunate. But if you look closely, she has a very slight beard. It's kind of an interesting detail that's pretty hard to notice. I think somebody made it bigger, but yeah, here you see it. If you make it, there is like some very slight beard thing going on. It's of course not what I just read to you a moment ago, that that both had a beard and that outsiders could simply not tell them apart. that's basically. We also know the scene from Lord of the Rings, where we definitely find the detail of the detail of Gimli telling the story that some men believe that there are no dwarf women and that dwarves are born out of stone and so on. So there's definitely this detail in the Lord of the Rings too, and references this. It's kind of it's really interesting that Tolkien described them like this, and I can see that they go already with a very different approach here, and as a result, I don't see too much of a problem. Let's imagine all dwarven women would have black skin in this series. I wouldn't mind. Like if they reduce the beard feature or make them look different, I think nobody would mind too much. It just probably makes things easier, because from the article it sounds like we will see Khazad Dûm, so Moria, in all its glory, and that's something I really look forward to, how they imagine this place. And as a result, I think that is pretty cool to see Moria to how it looked like when it was the place of the dwarves. Basically, it's kind of it's in that regard kind of interesting, and I don't care too much about how they show dwarven females in that regard. I'm of course not sure if there might be some kind of difference here, because I don't know, maybe it is a topic. Maybe she is like a dwarf from the far, I don't know, south or southeast or whatever, and their dwarves have a darker skin color. I don't know. Somebody made the argument, for example, in the discussion I had recently, which was kind of interesting, that like from a if you go from a science perspective, people develop darker skin in places with higher, where the sun shines more intense than, for example, in the more snowy regions, or like in Europe or whatever. But on the other side, you have to also to consider that the world of Tolkien is a mythology. It's a world of mythology. It's basically the myth version of the Earth, if you want. And I can't really say that classic science really applies here to the same degree that it applies to our world. For example, in Tolkien's world, the world was flat for some time. In Tolkien's world, we have like a gate of morning where the sun comes out, and a gate of night where the sun goes through and vanishes, and then it comes back the other day through the gates of morning. That is also different in our world. And it seems like the sun is potentially closer to the world than the sun is in our case, and so on and so forth. So there are definitely details, and we have magic and ghost beings in the world, and godlike entities that can manipulate reality. We have elves that can, with the power of song, also manipulate reality and see at least some of them, the unseen. So basically, another plane of reality that exists in parallel. And we have a ring that like the One Ring with Bilbo and Frodo. When he uses it, they are basically switched to this other plane of existence. So there's a lot of fantasy stuff still going on in Tolkien, even though it often feels like a very realistic world, but it's still a mythological one. And I think like having a character having dark skin, like for example a dwarf, isn't, in my opinion, the end of the world. Like there are so many things, at least from my perspective, that are far more problematic or potentially dangerous. As said, for example, how they compress time, how they interpret or use certain aspects of the law, maybe ignore them or maybe get them wrong. Maybe another thing that is, in my opinion, a far bigger problem than this, let's say it's called detail, is if they don't get the dialogue right. Tolkien wrote amazing dialogues that people can, I could just say, to ask chat here to quote dialogues, and from Lord of the Rings, and many people would just be able to quote one of their favorite dialogues because Tolkien was really good at this. Else probably wouldn't sitting here and talking about it even I don't know, 50 years after, almost 50 years after his death. So Tolkien definitely was decent, and he had a certain way of writing dialogues and so on, and a certain writing style. And capturing this is really difficult. And of course, it's also like pretty old school, because Tolkien was born like 1892, if I remember correctly. So he definitely came from a totally different time than we do currently, and I hope they can really capture like the essence of that. At least that is what I really would wish for, that they do this. I don't really think that this detail is too much of a problem, especially in case of the dwarves, because we know so little about the dwarves. Like, we know very, very little about the dwarves. There's some sections about them, but that's it. That's really it. And there's only one dwarven female that we know by name, and that is Dis, and the sister of Thorin Oakenshield that we still have here, and we don't. The sister doesn't appear. Interestingly, I can't find you the picture. Let me see if I find the picture really quick. And there's another thing, I think, from the first Hobbit film. Maybe it's only in the extended edition. And there seems to appear, I've always wanted to talk about this. Let me see. Maybe I never made a screenshot of this. Yeah, it's probably hard to see though. But there's like this scene here, and we see this woman that's probably selling stuff, and she's potentially a dwarf. And if you look at this, it's probably very hard to see, but I think she also has a slight beard. Maybe they go with a very similar idea here with what we see with Sophia Noviti's character. So at least design-wise, just that she has a darker skin color. But as said, in my opinion, in a world with speaking dragons and giant flying eagles that can also talk, it's, in my opinion, not like the biggest thing that is concerning. Oh, Trixie Bell's here, welcome. I'm stuck at work. Why just start so early? I don't know, I really wanted to talk about it, but really nice to see you. So I ignored chat for quite some time because, and I'm very sorry for my mod that has to do a lot of work here, and I also hope that people are not too annoyed by all of this. And please keep it civil. So we like, the question is, why are they doing this? I don't know. As you're probably all aware, we're currently in a time where Hollywood was just a few years ago criticized for a lot of things. Like, there was the Me Too stuff, there was like all this that actors that with a different skin color have a very low probability of getting like an Oscar and so on and so forth. There was a lot of an Academy Award. There was like a lot of debate, and Hollywood tries to get more diverse. And I know a lot of people say this is like the political correctness, the woke, whatever you want to call it, and that is very annoying for a lot of people. I can somewhat understand this, and however, this is like a general phenomenon and not just exclusive to this. And I personally don't mind, to be honest. Like, there are films like, for example, The Departed, a fantastic film, but the source material is about Asian characters, and in this film they are just replaced by American characters. It's kind of like why can't people watch the version with the Asian characters? Why make this remake? And the original Infernal Affairs is fantastic. Like, it's such a great movie too. So it's not an old one or anything. I don't know when it came out, like early 2000s, I think. So there's definitely that. There are a lot of other cases where characters that were in their source material had like a different skin color or a different background, were Asian or whatever, were just removed and casted by another person. There are also films and series where people are cast for all kinds of reasons, but not for their acting talent. So it was always a thing, and currently we're in a time where people with a different, like with different backgrounds from, I don't know, wherever they their ancestors are from, are cast in Hollywood, and we see them more, which is, in my opinion, a good development, because can't forget that those people also exist in our societies and are, for a long time, a bit underrepresented. Of course, here is the big elephant in the room now that some might have expected, especially me, when we just saw the armor here of this character, that he might be like an Easterling or something because it's so outlandish. But it seems like Mr. Cordova is playing, Ismail Cordova is playing a Sylvan elf, according to the article called. Let me see if we see the name here. No, I don't see the name, so I have to find the article. Wait a moment, I forgot the name. Something with an A. I can't tell you exactly what the name translates to, though, because I tried to find out, but the best thing I could come up with was, let me see, where is it? Arondir. It could mean nobleman or something like that. Well, not 100% sure. And yeah, here in the text says he plays a Sylvan elf. So that is kind of unusual that we have a Sylvan elf. And this is like what a lot of people also talked about. That was a fear that we have like elves that are not perfectly white. And I think there is no mention of elves that are not white, to be honest. But on the other side, Tolkien rarely describes skin colors, and there are, for example, dark elves in the world, though we don't know how they look. Probably they look like all other elves. Like, it's a very, I don't know. It's a group that just awoke somewhere. We had it at the beginning of the stream. We have the Ted Nesmith artwork. Let me see if I can find it again. They walk somewhere on the beach, and from these, all the elves originate. This is the origin story, and they were in the nature of Middle-earth, and there was also in parts published elsewhere. We have the legend of 144 elves awakening in this bay area of Cuivienen. We talked about this at the beginning, and every other elf basically are descendants of those. And there were the three fathers of the elves, Imin, Tata, and Enel. And yeah, it's a complicated story. I was very surprised to see that there's like more to it, published in the Nature of Middle-earth book, which came out last year. Very, very surprising stuff that you can find in that. So having elves to look different from those elves is kind of unusual, that elves develop very different features. So in my personal opinion, it's still not that big of a deal. Like I said, it's a difference. Does he play an elf with dark skin color in the world, or is he just an actor with dark skin color playing an elf? That is, in my opinion, a very big problem, and not a problem. It's a very big difference. And even though if he plays an elf with that has dark skin color, I don't mind too much. It's not the end of the world. As long as he, and I think Ismail Cordova is a pretty decent actor, so I'm not too worried. Like, as long as he plays well and does his job good, I don't care about it too much. But I can see that it triggers a lot of people, and that is also why I kind of fear that the comment section. I kind of fear the discussion. I kind of fear that people go to the actors that are just cast and doing their job and just, I don't know, insult them or whatever. I don't think that is a smart thing, a wise thing, or a decent thing to do. It's my opinion. not the biggest problem for me. And this is when at February 13th of February, the I think first trailer comes out during the Super Bowl thing, I assume. Then we see this in action and hear some dialogue. And this is, I think, for me also like a point. I'm very curious how this will be, because I don't care too much how the people look in the world. I care more how they interact with each other, what are the dialogues, and is the story and the plot decent. That is, for me, the most important part. I'm not too sure what... I mean, everyone has a different opinion and has a different focus and weights, different details, totally different. That's totally fine, but we can at least keep the discussion civil, in my opinion, in this case. And I'm very concerned about some details, like the time compression stuff. I'm really the wine elf. I'm really concerned about time compression. A Rohan sitcom show? Why does it have to be Rohan, though? I mean, Tolkien also had some humor here and there and put in some funny stuff, but would be pretty unusual to see like a sitcom. Like, it's also, for me, the biggest problem with this discussion, with this heated discussion, is when people go to the actors and insult them or put out slurs. Like, so far, they did nothing wrong. All they did was getting cast for a show. In the article, let me just read this so people know what's going on here. Let me see, do I find it? Here, let me read the sentence. So just, you know, a bit of context. If it's true, it's hard to say, but even the cast members were hired without being told which parts they would play. So he was potentially hired and didn't even know who he would play. That's a very important detail if you go to this actor and complain about maybe choosing this role or anything. Of course, he could have declined afterwards and so on and so forth, but you have to keep this, in my opinion, in mind. So the person you should not complain at are, in my opinion, definitely the actors. And so far we haven't seen them act. So far we haven't seen them perform in the series. In my opinion, it's very important, before you judge something, you have to at least see it or read it or give it a chance, in my opinion. And if some people are so triggered by just having like, I don't know, a dwarf with a dark skin color, or an elf with a darker skin color, or whatever you want to call it, then you potentially should not watch the show. That is, at least they gave out a fair warning. It's not like it airs September the 2nd and everybody is surprised. So at least we get the information like, 7 months before the show starts. It's, in my opinion, fair. Yeah, for example, instead of complaining and discussing all the racial stuff here in my chat, you can maybe go to Jeff Bezos' chat and discuss it there. That would be probably smarter. But, because I can't change anything on this part anyway. I can just tell you, yeah, from my understanding, elves usually don't have a darker skin color. So the question just remains, is this just, I think, shoutouts to, well, my name, sometimes my name memory is just so big. I think he's Puerto Rican, right? Somebody in chat wrote that he's Puerto Rican. Rob, what is his name? Forgot the second name, but yeah, Rob said he's also a fellow Puerto Rican. So, if I'm not mistaken. Bilbo Baggins asks, non-politics question. Do you think we will get to see young Gandalf in the series in his human or Maiar forms? I've always wanted to see Gandalf's backstory in the Gardens of Nienna. Hard to say, to be honest. Like, currently I'm completely... Yeah, I don't know. I really have a really big... Excuse me. I really have big trouble foreseeing what's going on the show, because as mentioned, they compress time so much. So we could definitely see maybe Gandalf, what he's doing. Depeche Rob. Ismail is Puerto Rican like me. Exactly. So shout outs to you. Thanks for the information there. It's really hard to tell. I think it is possible to see what happens in parallel. We have like this one screenshot from the no. Right, I just switched images, right? So I have to switch them back. We had this image here. Just ignore the thing here. This image of the first age where we see the two trees of Valinor. So this is clearly on this west continent Aman. So in theory, we could see something there and maybe see Gandalf there too. But if he would be young or not is hard to tell, because these beings are still immortal and don't really age. So, and they only slowly aged in the form of an Istar, as we can read in some of the texts. But yeah, I would also find it cool to see like a little connection point or something. But it's also possible that we won't see those. Yeah, the image is pretty cool. I like it too. Elrond's hair. Yeah, that is another one. So here we have Elrond and Galadriel. I hope it works. Yeah, it should work. And Elrond looks really young. To be honest, depending on when this plays, he is really young, but it's a complicated topic. I would have imagined him a bit older. I mean, Galadriel also looks pretty young, and she is definitely already, depending on the version, very old already. Like, Galadriel was born before Sun and Moon were created, and at this time, years were measured in Valian years. And she is like, let me just double check really quick. She is like, I hope the site works really quick. She is born, years of the trees, 3,362. So, let me just calculate this really quick, how old Galadriel could be. I have luckily a calculator here at hand. That helps me a lot. So she has 138 Valian years. So there are 1,500 Valian years in the years of the trees. She was born 1362. And 1,500 is Sun and Moon are created roundabout. And then the years of the sun start, which are solar years. So depending on the version, though, these 100 Valian years are either 1,000, roundabout 1,380 years, or 19,872 years. So we have a huge difference. Like in one version, 1 Valian year are 10 solar years, or 9.582 solar years. Or in a later version of Tolkien started working on the idea of putting 1 Valian year to 144 solar years. As said, in this case, she's already over 19,000 years old at this point. Like 21,000. Some roundabout. So, yeah. There's no reason that she has to look that young. Elrond, though, was born after Sun and Moon were created. As a result, he is actually younger than Galadriel, and it's really difficult to tell when his aging stopped, because Elrond is a half-elven, and as a result we have this. In this image, wait, there's another image of him sitting somewhere, this one here. And here his hair looks pretty blonde, which is, in my opinion, not really ideal for Elrond. So, we also, by the way, just talking about Elrond and his hair, the prediction or the leak or whatever was then correct, because his robe here, at least the color, looks quite similar to, let me just see, serious posters. Let me see if I find it really quick here. We had this image, this poster which we discussed last time. The clothes seem to fit here. We don't see the staff here on the image. Maybe around, maybe this here, but I'm not sure. But yeah, this seems to be Elrond. We also see a ring that he wears, whatever ring that is. We probably have to find out later, and it seems to be the same character. However, yeah, Elrond is not really blonde. Maybe I can find out the quote in the book. I forgot if it's actually mentioned in the book. Really hard to say. But yeah, he is, of course, like his hair color must be kind of darker, not blonde. Definitely not blonde. In many meetings he is described, it says here. Okay, let me see if I can find many meetings really quick. And many meetings. Let me see. There is like a mention of a description of him in Lord of the Rings. I'll try to really blitz through the text really quick if we find it. So, for example, now this is a description of Glorfindel. Here it says Glorfindel was tall and straight. His hair was of shining gold. But it's Glorfindel, not Elrond. Ah, I found it. Okay. The face of Elrond was ageless. So there's like something interesting. But it says neither old nor young, though in it was written the memory of many things, both glad and sorrowful. Very fitting description here. His hair was dark as the shadows of twilight. So that is a pretty clear statement how Elrond's hair might have looked at that time. So this is definitely not a fit, in my opinion. So his hair is, when it comes to the description in the book, definitely contradicting the books. He had like, let's say, black hair. You remember at the beginning I showed you the picture of Kimberly 80 from Finwë, and that is pretty much how I would also imagine the first king of the Noldor. That is, if you remember, Finwë. That is basically also how I would imagine the hair color of Elrond. And you could even argue that Hugo Weaving Hugo Weaving's hair color was far too bright already. Well, that's wrong. But I guess it still worked. But having like the description dark as twilight. Let me see, where do we have my favorite Elrond picture? Let's take that from also An Unexpected Journey. I like that a lot. I mean, I guess it works. It's relatively dark. But I think I definitely think the description, or not the description, but I think Hugo Weaving was also a bit strange seeing him as he was very reminiscent from Matrix as Agent Smith. So there's definitely that, but I don't know. I think it's a minor detail. And as said, you have to see those. It's a series. It's film. You have to see those characters in action, interact, talk to each other, and maybe he does a stellar job in acting, and is a really cool. Managed to portray the character really well. So there's that. I definitely can see why people don't like it. Yeah, the haircut and stuff. Maybe I don't care too much about this. This is very personal opinion based, and some people will like it, some people will not like it, whatever. Like, also haircuts can change. It's just a very small detail. Also, shoutouts to Reflective Rambling. Nice to see you. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to mean young, but at the point where this description is written, he is also up to, I don't know, 6,000 years older than potentially here on the picture. So there is like, I can see if you portray him early in the second age that he might have looked quite young. Definitely possible. Like, you have to consider, like in some texts, for example, elves are described to reach their adolescence, however it's pronounced, with around when they're 1,000 years old. And Elrond turns 1,000 years old when, I don't know, he's already, when Sauron appears. That is a bit older than this, but he's also half-elf, and for half-elves, aging works a bit differently. It's complicated. I don't want to discuss this in too much detail, but yeah, pretty awesome. But also complicated. Like, it's a topic for an own video, and I'm not prepared to really go too much into detail, but believe me, for example, his mother Elwing, also have like a fantastic picture of Elwing somewhere. Maybe not, I don't see it. I named it wrong. Elwing, also by Kimberly 80, his mother. And she gave birth to him and his brother Elros when she was 26. However, she is also half-elven and chose to be counted towards elves. So when an elven female would not get children with 26 years. That's just, she would be just still a child at this point from an elven perspective. So you see, things are a bit different for half-elven here. That is definitely something you should consider in evaluating age here. I think it kind of works, but yeah. I guess the description of Tolkien is also pretty difficult for a human to really fit, if you think about it. Like, you have to find somebody who looks kind of ageless, who is not old, but also not... who looks old, but also young. No, not... What was the exact phrase here? His face was ageless, neither old nor young, though it was written in memory of many things, both glad and sorrowful. It's pretty hard to cast, in my opinion, so I can forgive them for this detail, but you are right. Yeah, Elrond descended from Luthien, that is the fairest elf maiden of all time, and also her mother was an angel of lower rank, Melian the Maya, which is unusual. Also, Kimberly has a pretty fantastic Luthien artwork. One of the ancestors. This is the great grandmother of Elrond, if I'm not mistaken. Her son was Dior, and Dior's daughter was Elwing. That was Elrond's mother. So she's the mother of Elrond's grandfather. by his mother's side, though. I have an irrational love for Cate Blanchett. Yeah, I can see this. I mean, if we return here, like, I don't want to, like, this is really difficult, I think, for an actress. Like, Cate Blanchett was such an iconic character, if that makes sense, in Lord of the Rings. And if you think of Galadriel and you grew up with those films, then of course you think of Cate Blanchett. Like, it's, I guess, pretty normal, right? And as a result, it is I don't know. It's really strange to get to basically, what do you say in English? I don't know the phrase. In German we have the phrase in die Fußstapfen treten. So basically, I think to fit in somebody's boots is the English idiom for it. In German it would be to fit in somebody's footsteps, but I think it's the boots in English. Whatever. What I do know about English phrases and idioms. That woman has aged in unconventional ways and has a weighty presence, at least in her stage work. Can be believed. Are you talking about Morgoth or about Sophia Nomvati? Nomvite, whatever. I don't know how she's pronounced. I hope there will be an interview soon that we learn how to say the names correctly, or at least I need to do this. To walk a mile in someone else's shoes. No, it's more like to fit the legacy of the other person. Big shoes to fill. Maybe that is how it is. Big shoes to fill. Okay, I got it. Like, I don't know English idioms. Sorry for that. Big boots to fill. Yeah, something like this. I know what I said, but it's probably something totally ridiculous. It's difficult, and people will make the comparison. Big ears to wear. That's probably the elven pendant. Yeah, and I guess we also see this here. Like, Michael Lubeck says, Cate Blanchett was never a good fit for me. Some people also disagree on this, and this is why, for me personally, this discussion is kind of interesting, but also a bit, how do I want to call it? It leads nowhere, basically. So, like if you're a content creator like me, you get like every day a ton of comments and you read them, and it's always interesting to get like a different perspective, but it becomes a bit annoying when people start attacking each other or just, I don't know, defending their position. Like, somebody can say, I liked Cate Blanchett a lot, and then, for example, somebody says, but I thought she never fit too well for me. And that's saying, that's an interesting view, because I really liked her. Why do you think she never fit? What made you think? And then you can have an interesting conversation about different perspectives. But for some reason on the internet, people hate to do this, and they suddenly start fighting with each other. And I don't know. It's always them against us, and nobody can just accept that another person has like a different opinion on something. It's just a bit, you get a bit tired of this if you get this every day, and it will get worse and worse, I guess, especially now with the actual character reveals. Usually I try to say, maybe he plays in Haradrim or something, and they are, of course, as just red. They have brown color, he had a brown hand, described as swarthy and so on. So that is a perfect fit, and I can say, but it makes totally sense. But now we have like an elf with a darker skin tone, and now I can't say that anymore, and I basically have to face the fact that, as people said, the show will definitely say and we'll say we have a diverse cast, and we don't fear of letting like Ismail Cordova play an elf. And for me that is fine. For some people it won't be fine, because they say in the books it's described differently, and that is my opinion, also a fair opinion. However, still I think that one can overthink his priorities a little bit, at least, because there's just so many things the show can do wrong here. That Iron should have been cast in every role, just kidding. People who clever like that have larger problems in their lives and are looking for a way to distract themselves. Gotta try to treat them with more love. Probably alright. I'm not sure. So far I hope stuff goes on here a little bit more civil. Usually my chat and my comment section is pretty awesome, so I hope we can stay with that. Yeah, like it is a thing that one needs to consider, that does the show try to make like I don't know how to other describe it than people with a darker skin color playing elves a thing? Or is it just this actor was pretty good in the casting, and we could perfectly see him fitting this role and performing well in this role, and that's why we gave this actor this role. And to decide this, you have to see him act in this role. We only have a screenshot so far. In my opinion, it can work. As said, it depends on, does a black actor play, I don't know, an elf, or is it a black elf in the world too? Maybe it's simply not a topic here. I guess it's not only Jeff Bezos going in this direction. I think a lot of series and shows are going to this direction because something had to change. And the problem is often when you adapt old stuff, and adapting old stuff, even though it's cool old stuff, like in case of Tolkien's works, but they are written like a long time ago, and still people fighting or paying a lot of money for rights and so on. And like in just another timeline, all of Tolkien's works would have been just public domain already. Like if he would have born like 100 years earlier, his stuff would be public domain by now. That is just how it is. In our times, copyright protection times are ridiculously long, and as a result, people try to use those rights that they obtained at some point and make something out of them. And as a result, many stories we adapt these times are somewhere from the distant past, and then you have to basically update them to portray our time more, or the needs of our time more adequately. Let's hope there aren't any black Sauron. Sauron let me see if I find the quote. I mean, portraying Sauron as black is, in my opinion, pretty much, I don't know, almost canon-like. Depends on his form, of course, and we don't know how Anatar exactly looked, but we can definitely read if we. Let me see if I find it. Yeah, for example, Gollum, who was tortured by Sauron, says about him, he has only four fingers on the black hand, but they are enough. There are multiple descriptions of Sauron where you can see that he has more like a shadowy black form, if that makes sense. So it doesn't mean that he is like black in the sense of like a person from Africa, but yeah, his hand and color is potentially like that of a dark, evil black spirit. Yeah, that is another thing we saw, like, let me see, this picture here. We also should maybe talk a bit about this. So it seems like the Sylvan elf, that name, oh man, I'm so bad at sometimes memorizing new names, you have no idea. Arondir, and he seems to have like a relationship with this woman. By the way, this woman then, we also then know who that is, I think, because if we look at this picture, we see she has like a blue thing here. It's pretty hard to see, but in the article there's another picture that shows us a better close-up. And let me just see if I can find the picture really quick. As said, production in parallel is always a bit tricky. Also wanted to do the command, but what? Just too much stuff to do at the same time. We had the character with the sickle, if you remember. And yeah, this seems to be this woman here that we have just seen on the screen. And they seem to have a relationship. She, according to the article, she is she's a human. And in one of the shots, you see that her it's not only her dress, she also has this golden belt. So that is why I think they are the same person there. And she also is like a healer and lives in a village. And on the screen, she has like all kinds of herbs and so on. So it would make sense for her to be this character there. And so yeah, a healer made sense. We discussed a bit of maybe being like a druid or something. Could also like a female druid. But we definitely see, yeah, as you can see, this belt here on one of the article pictures. Maybe I can try and link you the article again. You can probably see it yourself or double check it yourself. Article comes here. It is in the chat. Where is she? I must have went past her. Yeah, here she is. And if you look very closely, it really seems like she has this belt going on there. And as a result, that should be or could be the same character. And yeah, those characters have a relationship. And this again is another Bronwyn is her name. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bronwyn. Like, I think there's the character Brondir. I forgot the translation. There's also Halbrand, but I haven't checked out how that guy, what the name translation. All I did is try to find out what is written on the on the door behind the Dwarven princess, and I could. It's not English this time. It seems like Neo Kuzdul or something, but I could not translate it because my Kuzdul is not really existent. So if it would be Elvish, I guess I would have had a better chance of understanding what's written there. But in Kuzdul, not much I could do there. What I just wanted to do. Let me just double check the names. Oh, it's Bronwyn, not Borondir. Interestingly, the name includes the word win, like Eowyn. That's an interesting detail, in my opinion. This name, though, Borondir, could be interesting. It's a Sindari name, I think. No, it's not. Is it? Yeah, probably a Sindari name. Because I'm too stupid to type here. Yeah, win, I think, means joy, if I'm not totally mistaken. Let me just double check the Old English stuff here. I think it could be an Old English name. Though it's spelled a bit different there, interestingly. Yeah, it means joy, delight. It can also be written with one N, with two N's. Question is, what does some Old English expert here in chat find a reference in Welsh? Okay, that doesn't work. Irish, Old Irish. Sorrow. So it would be mean that it would make more sense. Grief, joy. It was two N's. Irish, Cornish, Scottish, Gaelic. Gift giving. Gift joy. No, I can't really tell you what the name means if it's Old English. Would have to look deeper into it. But yeah, it's what the point I wanted to make is that we have an elf and a man be in a relationship. That is very, very, very unusual and rarely happens in Tolkien's world. Though it happened, it's not like it did not happen. This is a bit of a complicated topic again, but let's say they would have kids, they would have half-elven kids, and there is like usually we have this big half-elven dynasty with Elrond and his ancestors and Elrond's children, who are counted towards the half-elf, and they have to decide if they want to be elf or man. But there's also like another line in Tolkien's universe that shares this to some degree. I think the name was Mithrella, and we have the let me see if I have a good picture of it from Ted Nasmith. There is a place in Middle-earth. Yeah, here it is called El Dol Amroth. Let me bring it here on screen. It's at the coast. Down, it's part of Gondor. Oh, I need a different map here. That makes things, of course, complicated. Let's take a look at a Second Age map, if I find one. Somewhat like this. And yeah, somewhere, I would say, it's really hard to pinpoint here on this map. Somewhere down here on Middle-earth, there we have Dol Amroth. So if we look at the Middle-earth map from Amazon, Dol Amroth should be round about here. So if we look at this, this is later Gondor. If you, I don't know, Moria would be, for example, here, and Mordor is, of course, here, this big area. Minas Tirith will be here, and Isengard will be here. And the Shire is, I don't know, up here somewhere. Like, it's a bit further north than this. And yeah, Dol Amroth is later founded. And however, some in the Third Age, I guess, in the Third Age, there were some Dunedain, so the Westmen, the men of the West, lived there in this area. And those, let me just bring this big, and the ancestor of the first prince of Dol Amroth, let me see I can find the name really quick. I need to check the first prince. I forgot how the name is. Does somebody know in chat out of this hat? Imrazor is the name. He's a Numenorean, and he found Mithrelas is the name, and he found an elf maid in this region, Mithrelas, and they married and had children. And Galador, the first prince of Dol Amroth, the first prince of Dol Amroth. This was though Third Age 2000, so 2000, 3000, 4000 years later, depending on when the show plays. And Galador, like the princes of Dol Amroth play a role. And yeah, he was the first prince, and he's also, I guess, an half-elf if you want, because his father was a man and his mother was an elf. Also, I think a sylvan elf or something. And there's theories who this Mithrelas might be, but it's also only mentioned, if I remember correctly, in Peoples of Middle-earth. So it's a very small detail, probably not known to a lot of people. However, this is the only example I can think of out of my head where somebody has like also elven blood in his line. And in The Lord of the Rings, interestingly, I forgot where it was written. In The Lord of the Rings, there's a reference. Legolas looks at Imrahil is his name. Let me see if I can find him. You can find the quote. Forgot the phrase. Does somebody know how Legolas worded this? It's something like elf blood in his veins. Oh, maybe I should use for veins. I think that was. Yeah, that is. first thing I found it. At length they came to Prince Imrahil, and Legolas looked at him and bowed low, for he saw that that here indeed was one who had elven blood in his veins. So Legolas recognized him that he had elf blood in his veins, and so there is definitely like others who can have elven blood in their line, which is kind of an interesting detail. But it seems like they were not part of the half-elven. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, the half-elven is a very special status that only Elrond, for example, possesses, and some of Elrond's ancestors, and then also some of his children, or his children definitely, but not the children of his children, if I'm not totally mistaken. Complicated topic. But in theory, it is possible that like an elf and a man could be in a relationship, but it's very rarely. Not the hugest fan that they make this up for the show with two characters that are also invented for the show and don't exist outside of that. But I don't know what you people think of it. I think it's not the biggest deal, but like the union between elf and man is always something very unusual and special. And as you can see, out of this union, we have the princes of Dol Amroth, so a very powerful line there, and not just some random characters that potentially will never play a role later. So I'm not the hugest fan that they go with this idea, if that makes sense. Oh, I'm out, Andres. Then thank you for helping modding here a bit. Or maybe you just said bye to somebody else. I'm not sure. But if you, thanks for the modding. Was potentially difficult So much appreciated. Yeah, Brand definitely was, for example, the character Erkenbrand in Lord of the Rings. And this guy means, what is it? Oak? Burning oak or something like this. So Brand seems to mean something like... no, it means... I mixed something up. Eorkan, precious fire or precious sword. Firebrand torch sword is the meaning of brand. So we only have to I think Halbrand was the name of the other character. Let me just double check in the article really quick. I don't tell you wrong stuff here. That would be a disaster, I guess. Yeah, Halbrand. So far, name-wise, he seems to be a Norseman. Maybe associated with the... oh, there's also Halbard. Oh. It's Irish. Icelandic. Let me see if I find another name. And we have Haldad, I think. He was Norseman? No, Haldad was that guy. Halbarad was that. The Ranger of Eriador, huh? But it's in this case it's a Sindari name. Ah, there we found something. I'll sound healthy, intact, whole, undivided. Huh. Undivided sword? Or intact sword? Something like this could Halbarad. I can't show you, I think, yeah, there's certainly no... There is one image of him on screen. This here, I think, is Halbrand. This is Galadriel too, I think, sitting next to him. At least that is the description of the picture. And there's another one, as said, maybe... Let me see... post the article again so you can look at it. I think it's the last picture on the in the article of Vanity Fair. And yeah, it is described as that he is a fugitive from his own past. It's difficult to say where this guy comes from. He's played by Charlie Vickers. But that's basically all I know, yeah. And on the one description of this picture, it says Galadriel and Halbarad, Charlie Vickers, meet in dire circumstances. So they are basically on a raft in the ocean. And there was like a leak. Excuse me. There was like a leak where they basically sailed to a Numenor or something like that. It's kind of a really weird story, and in this other in the article image we see Galadriel in the water. So I assume she I don't know, goes on land in Numenor like this, or this is how she, I don't know what's going on exactly, why she's on a raft. But it seems like they meet on this raft here and have this situation. Of course, looks pretty interesting to. It's always impressive to see like the Hollywood magic and the filming magic going on there. When you have to film something like this, it's also looks pretty practical what they are doing there too. So it's kind of fascinating to see. However, I discussed this in another video that it's very unrealistic that Galadriel sailed to Numenor in secret or however to ask or contact the Numenorians. I think, yeah, at a certain point this doesn't work. And here we are back to the extensive time compression problematic, which in my opinion is I'm not sure. I would have wished more they would do this as little as possible, but it really seems like that they compress time a lot, and that's of course a bit problematic in my opinion. It's you see the screen. Okay, I just thought I didn't switch the scenes. Because Numenor, maybe we should also explain to people what's going on with Numenor. So there's this island called Numenor. You see it here on the screen in the middle. And this was a gift after the War of Wrath to some of the men of the Edain, to be precise. Those men sailed there and could dwell on this island and got support of the elves, and the elves also taught them many things and so on and so forth. And as a result, they were pretty advanced over time and just were like, it's basically an Atlantis story that Tolkien wrote and implemented into his world. And yeah, the Dunedain, the men of the West, so Aragorn's ancestors are from this island. And she sailed there. However, at the beginning there were elf friends, and later they divided. There was the faithful, who were still elf friends, and the kingsmen, who were not fans of the elves anymore and were like on a rebellion, wanted to sail to Aman to claim immortality. That's basically the motive. And then their island got destroyed by God himself, and their fleets and so on and so forth. And only a 9 ships or 7, I forgot the number, several ships, I think it was 7 ships, escaped to Middle Earth, and then they founded Gondor here, down here somewhere, and Arnor somewhere up here. So the 2 realms we know later from the Third Age. And this basically all started here on this island. And there was a time when the kings were very against, the powerful in Numenor were very against the elves and treated them as enemies, and then the elves would not visit Numenor anymore. And there was one king who was faithful again, so he liked the elves, and it is described that it is also, his name was, I think, Tar-Palantir, and he looked out of his window to the ocean to the west and hoped that the elves from this island here, Tol Eressëa, would come and visit him, but they never came. And after his death, the kingsmen were ruling again, and it got worse and worse until it came to the last king of Numenor, Ar-Pharazôn. So there's that. And as a result, it's highly unrealistic that at a very late time on Middle-earth, on Arda, Galadriel, living somewhere, I don't know where she lived, here or so, would go and sail to this place. I mean, Galadriel in theory could have also lived somewhere down here in the coast. There's like an elf haven called Evelond, which we now mentioned like every stream. Very, really interesting to see where she, if this is actually true and she sailed there. But why should Galadriel go on a boat and sail somewhere? That's kind of unusual, especially considering that Numenor is in the middle between Aman and Middle-earth, and Galadriel later or always develops like a desire to sail west. So I guess it's kind of, if she is sailing and is on a raft like we see here on this screen, which I just switched back to, it might reference that I also read you the Galadriel passage, and there a ban is mentioned. She's banned from Aman in some versions and can't enter it. And we also have, like, in earlier stories and discussions, let me just see if I can give you the screenshot. The father, for example, of the father of Elrond, Eärendil, also tried to sail to Aman on his ship Vingilote, and he also was repelled, but he was not sunk or anything. And only when his wife, in the form of a bird, that she was transformed into a bird, Elwing, we also talked about her for a moment, went on his ship and brought her the Silmaril, then he could pass the Enchanted Isles and was not repelled anymore and could enter. There's another character who, interestingly, now that I think of it, tried to sail to Aman and was actually sunk in the ocean, and the other sailors died, but only he was saved, and that was also interestingly related to Elrond's ancestors, Voronwe. That is this guy here. So Voronwe was related to Turgon and should go to Aman, the West Continent, and get help from basically the High Angels. And he sailed there, and all the boats were sunk. Only he was saved, and he was brought back to the shore of Middle-earth. So I'm not sure where that was. I know where that was, but I can't show you on the map currently. Well, I have to switch maps then. Can do this. This was First Age territory, though, in case you wonder. So different time. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure where was this. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I think it was further in the north, right? The map is also not really precise. Somewhere here. He was at the coast, and there on this coast, he met the father of Eärendil. That is this guy that you just saw here. He met Tuor. Also, let me see, Ted Nesmith. It's also a cool picture of Tuor somewhere that is many people probably know from Ted Nesmith. And, not Johnny Dolphin, Ted Nesmith. And, this is the grandfather of Elrond. And he met, Voronwe met this guy here. And together they went on, and they went to Gondolin. Probably also have heard about Gondolin. That is like the ancient city, and in The Hobbit, for example, we can read that Elrond says, this is a sword to Glamdring and Orcrist. Oh, these are swords made in Gondolin of my kin. So that is where he comes from. Gondolin was in the First Age like also a legendary city. Here it is, Gondolin. Also artwork by Ted Nesmith. And this is interestingly, Gondolin is modeled or inspired from when it was built by another city called Tirion. And if we look at the screenshot, the first screenshot that was published from the show, that's this one here, we see Tirion. This is the actual city, and Gondolin looks somewhat similar to it. Very interesting. Another detail is some people have speculated, and we haven't talked about it last time, even though we just see there was when the posters were published, we saw Elrond's staff. Now we know it's most likely Elrond, and if you look closely to it, you see like there's a building or on the staff or sword or whatever item this is. And there's like an artwork that looks insanely similar to an artwork of Gondolin, which I sadly don't have access to. But some speculate now that this building there is like Gondolin, which would speak for Elrond if we would have analyzed it this way. But now, if we look back at the other stuff, we can potentially see that the robes here are pretty similar to that one. I already mentioned it a moment ago, but here we just have it again. So yeah, this seems to be related. So kind of interesting. first Final Fantasy VII remake, now Lord of the Rings, you must really be disappointed. I'm not too disappointed because I have not seen the Lord of the Rings show yet, and as a result, I can't be disappointed. I at least have to give the show a chance and see how it is and how it plays out. So far, I have to say, except for the decision that making some minor details like making Elrond blonde, I don't care too much about this, but overall, I have to say I like the visual style so far. I think that could work totally well, if you know what I mean. Like the overall style, like the background, the landscape, and so on. I think can't complain too much about that. I also like that they use practical effects so far, and the set designers and so on also made some pretty awesome stuff. Here in the background, if you wonder what is written on this door, I sadly could not translate it because it seems to be written in Neo Kuzdul. Let me see if I have my Photoshop still opened. I have it somewhere. Here it is. So do I have an arrow for this? No. So this line here, something says Mau Masa, and then it's cut off. The other side here, probably you can't see it. That is wrong. Sorry for the flash, for the white flash. This line here says, so that was the first line. This line here says, is also cut off, so I can't fully read it. It says Zuyu Davo or something like this. But I have no idea what this could mean, because, like I said, my Neo Kuzdul is pretty much not existent. This here reads something like Kozudu Davo. So Davo seems to be appearing in again, like in the thing. So it's the same word here. The spaces are always separate, depicted by a dot in between. It's written in Kirs. Kirs is originally an elven system, but the dwarves adopted it and write everything in Kirs. And on the other side, so the last one here, probably you can see my mouse cursor, says something like Mau Mazarb Maz or something. I'm not sure what it means exactly. Then, yeah, we have the outer line, which is almost, there's some stuff I can't really read and make much sense into it. So we have, let me just put this on the other screen so I can read it in parallel. So should maybe work. So let me see. Yeah, this here. This here, I don't know. Ikishi. Then it's really hard to read if it's an L. So it's an LSHW. It's Lishvu. Makes no sense. So I must have made a mistake there. Then Mulit or Mulint, something like this, and Ainak, and then I can't read the other stuff, it's a bit blurry, and then something Suln and Usorias, and Usorias, hard to say, Usoiras, something like this. And then here on the other side, this here reads, like, some stuff here is cut off, so I can't fully read it. Could be an A or something, followed by a G. And it says, I Sulna Usoras Kanai und dann Kachaddumu. Maybe it means Kazadum something, but really, really hard to read. So that's my progress so far, what is written there on the background. There's another picture of, in the article. Sadly, there's no Twitter picture for it, so I would have to search for it for a moment. But Halbrand has also something written on his shirt, but I can't read that. At first I thought it would be Kirs too, like this elvish writing system that the dwarves adapted, and the elves also used, especially the Sylvan and the especially the Sindar elves. Sylvan and Sindar elves often cooperated because both are in origin Teleri elves, and the stuff that is written on the ring, the Tengwar, is something that the Noldor usually use and would be used in Aman and so on. It's kind of interesting, but I couldn't read what's on the shirt. It seems neither Tengwar nor to be Kirs, so I have no clue what's written on that. couldn't make much sense out of it. Could be like a Numenorian script or something, like my other mod Kirdan suggested. Very interesting. But it seems like they at least put in some effort with the writing and languages and so on. That is, in my opinion, pretty decent. They look like Stargate level production. I'm not sure if they look Stargate level production. Like, in my opinion, the stuff they have shown so far looks like the costumes and so on look very detailed. So I can't really get this datum. Also, Stargate was kind of awesome. Like, there are also 2 characters. They are described as nomadic hunters. That looks really strange. They have these huge wooden things, or maybe it's like the horns of, like, I don't know, some animals on their back. Really strange. And then there's also the meeting of Galadriel and Elrond. So this is also described to be to play in Lindon, which is makes totally sense. So in case people wonder where Lindon is, this time it's easier to show because it's where everything is. You know, the ending of Lord of the Rings, there is Mithlond. That is basically, I guess, somewhat like the capital of of Lindon, and everything south from everything west from this, except these mountains, the Blue Mountains, are basically in some form Lindon, and the Shire is relatively close. Let me see, the Shire is round about here. It's round about where Backend is. This here is Bree, if I'm not mistaken. This here is Weathertop. And this here then is later Rivendell. So, and this seems to play somewhere in Lindon, probably in the capital or so, or in some of the side places, realms there. I'm not sure exactly how Lindon is structured. There are some place names here and there, but yeah, and it seems like Galadriel and Elrond meet there. Elrond was like the herald, so basically like a diplomat, politician, whatever you want to call it, for High King Gil-galad, High King of the Noldor elves in Lindon. Let me see if I find a good artwork of him. We have one of Kimberly 80, of course, which I will show you as always. And yeah, he was the king there, and Elrond became his herald, basically some kind of diplomat and so on. And as a result, it makes sense that he's there. And we also find an interesting note in some versions that Galadriel and her husband Celebrimbor had like a little fief in Lindon too for some time. And then I think it was somewhere down here, but we don't know the exact location. And I moved the map, not the arrow. And then they moved later potentially to Nenuyal. And this is where Celebrimbor was born too. It's hard to say when this scene here exactly plays, but it is very likely that Galadriel sometimes visited Elrond or visited Lindon from time to time, and through several ways she is distantly related to Elrond too, though she's of course older than Elrond, which also explains why Elrond marries her daughter later, I guess. But yeah, the image here, let me just bring it back on screen, looks a bit like they haven't seen each other for some time or something. So there's that. We have this golden style, and we see trees in the background, and so on and so forth. Totally works, I guess, for Lindon too. Like, pretty much it works for almost every elven city or elven realm, I guess. But yeah. Bilbo Baggins. Can you explain 2-meter Wookiee living in the Shire though? What is the 2-meter Wookiee? Do you talk about the guy with the apple? in his hand from the posters. The Meteor Man, who is, according to this text in the Vanity Fair, found by the Hobbits or something. Yeah. No, that is Elrond and Galadriel. In case you wonder, this is Elrond and Galadriel. Bilbo, do you mean this picture here, that he is found by the Meteor Man, as he's called, found by the Hobbits, because Hobbits are also mentioned. For people wondering what's going on with the Hobbits, were there Hobbits in the Second Age? Let me read from the prologue. Okay, I hoped I would find it instantly. I did not. The beginning of Hobbits lies far back in the elder days that are now lost and forgotten. So the Hobbits, interestingly, were there already in the Second Age. So in case people wonder about this, they were around, but there are no records of them. So they can't have like a major story in the films. The first mention of the Hobbits is in the Third Age, year 1050. Hiormendakil conquers the Harad. Gondor reaches the height of its power. About this time, a shadow falls on Greenwood, and men begin to call it Mirkwood. The Perianath are the first mentioned. The first mentioned in records with the coming of the Harfoots to Eriador. So, Perianath is the Elvish word for halfling or for hobbit. The Dunedain often call them halflings, and the Sindarin word for halfling is, if I remember correctly, Perianath. So it means halfling. And this is Third Age 2050. The series plays Second Age, so as a result, it is much, much later. And in the text, we can also read about the Harfoots. So it seems like that is exactly what they try to build in. So they probably won't have, let me see. Yeah, we constructed a pastoral Harfoot society that thrives on secrecy and evading detection, so that they can play out as a kind of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead story. Something like that. So there seems to be hobbits in the story, but they potentially don't do anything too important that there are any records of them, and they try to hide and evade everything. However, they have to meet the Norsemen at some point, because without the Norsemen, they adapt the language of the Norsemen for whatever reason. We know this because many of their names have are very reminiscent of Old Norse. Not of Old Norse, but of Old English names and of the language the Norsemen spoke. Like some of the Norsemen, the Eotheot, that are the horse people, the ancestors of Rohan, their language is usually represented by Old English, and we see many parallels there. In Lord of the Rings, there's also the mention of Theoden. Let me see if I find it really quick. And yeah, Theoden, I think, talks about them and says that there's that they have a mythology or legend about them, and calls them Holbütler. That means hole dweller. It's also Old English. kind of interesting. So there is like the people of Rohan have in their mythology a mention of hobbits, but thought that they were legends. And then when they see actual hobbits during the course of Lord of the Rings, they notice, oh, it's not a legend. Those guys are real. So as a result, we know that the Norsemen, the ancestors of Rohan, and the ancestors of the hobbits must have met and must have also influenced each other, because there are this relationship, and Holbütla also potentially was like part how the name Hobbit came to be. I think it's really interesting. Like Tolkien was a huge, he was a professor for philology. He loved languages, and he constructed little details like this in his mythology. Really fascinating stuff, in my opinion. Yeah, I think Will Poulter was also supposed to play Elrond at first. I think we don't know for sure. It was always rumored. And then, now there is a different actor for it. We will see how that plays, it turns out. But there was also a time when somebody else was supposed to play Aragorn, and then he left the production and was replaced by Viggo Mortensen, which we now all think of when we think of Aragorn. So it can work to switch out people. We will find out. Holbütlan. Let me just read this here. So these are the lost ones of your company, Gandalf. The days are fated to be filled with marvels. Already I've seen many since I left my house, and now here before my eyes stand yet another of the folk of legend. Are not these halflings that some among us call Holbütlan? It's very interesting. That's what Theoden says. Yeah, they get older very slowly, that is true. Especially if you consider how old, with the changes to the Valyrian years, some of them can be. Galadriel can be just like, I don't know, 7,000-8,000 years, or she can be 26,000 years old. Something like that, ridiculous. Oh, Kirdan is there, welcome, nice to see you. Yeah, Aris Aurelian says, the skill and immersive talent of the actor is more important than the physical appearance. I agree on that. Like, maybe it doesn't work out, don't get me wrong. The possibility that this fails horribly totally exists, but in my opinion, yeah, we have to see it in motion, how it works in the story. I really hope that the story works somewhat decently well, though. I think I'm a bit not as loud as I could be, but whatever. There was a question by Bilbo Baggins quite a while ago, like 5 minutes ago or something. Were any humans else aware of Morgoth's corruption of the gift of men? Did they ever realize mortality was also a blessing? Did they realize Morgoth was manipulating them? Yes and no. Because it feels like men rarely talk about the fall of men itself, if that makes sense. So as a result, it's hard to tell if they were really aware of that. Because, yeah, it's kind of complicated to explain. Like there is a dialogue. I mentioned it now every stream I go, and I think it went on the past 6 streams or so. There is like a dialogue between Tolkien wrote like a very philosophical text, which was like a dialogue between the wise woman Andres and Galadriel's older brother. She has 3 brothers. His oldest brother, Finrod, and they discussed this a little bit, what it means to be an elf and what it means to have the gift of men, which is, for people wondering, the gift of men is death. They die, while elves are immortal and bound to the world. Humans are not bound to the world, and they know that there's like a fate beyond death that awaits them, and elves don't know what happens after the world ends. They might just vanish and their existence end completely. But maybe there's even more to that. One does not really know. And it's very interesting text. And then there's also like a section in this dialogue, or the multiple versions of it. And one section is called The Tale of Adanel. And The Tale of Adanel talks about how Morgoth originally corrupted men into worshipping him instead of God himself. And then God basically, as a consequence, reduced their lifespan. And then we can later read like an interesting statement, I think it's also a Nature of Middle-earth, about this detail, that one can see it as that when the Numenoreans, we talked about this a while ago. Let me just find my Second Age map again. When the Edain that fought with the High Angels against Morgoth in the War of Ras. I also this time have a really awesome... I made the credit for the artist VanityFair, who has a really fantastic depiction of the War of Ras. Like it a lot. Here it is. This is how the First Age ends, basically. There's this gigantic war, the War of Ras, a gigantic battle, and then Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, is defeated and thrown into the void. And as a result, the Numenori, the Edain, the men who fought with the elves and the High Angels against the forces of evil, get a reward as award this island. And they also get their lifespans prolonged. And in one version, Tolkien wrote that it's not prolonging the lifespans of them, it is restoring the lifespans to what they once were. This references this tale of Adanel. However, it's really hard to say how men know about this, because even among Andres, the wise woman telling this story and explaining in some details to Finrod, says that they rarely talk about this and basically want to forget about it, what happened and so on and so forth. But yeah, you're probably on the right track that many of them did not really realize that immortality was a blessing. Like Numenor's downfall is largely about men wanting immortality and not the gift of men. And only the faithful accepted, I guess, the gift of men. They probably would not complain about a prolonged lifespan or immortality too, but they would also accept the gift of men too, if it as part of their nature, if that makes sense. And as a result, I would say no, they were not aware that they were originally manipulated. They probably didn't even realize this original corruption story, and maybe weren't too aware of what the gift of men actually is. This was probably only discussed among the wise men that knew like a little bit about it. I hope this answers the question to some degree. I'm just Star Wars trolling regarding the Wookiee. Okay, got it. This is such a garbage potential. I can definitely see why some people are kind of disappointed in it. But yeah, Círdan had a beard. We can also read this in, let me see, in Lord of the Rings. So this is as canon as it gets. It's pretty much in the last chapter of Lord of the Rings. We just skip really fast through the book. Palantir is the wrong chapter. I think it's in Many Partings, if I'm not mistaken. The last chapter of Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. Okay, sometimes the search function of Adobe, the Adobe thingy here hates me like crazy. Like sometimes it does not want to work. No, you should search in many partings. There it is. I found it. As they came to the gates, Círdan the shipwright came forth to greet them. Very tall he was, and his beard was long, and he was grey and old, save that his eyes were keen as stars, and he looked at them and bowed, and said, "All is now ready." So, yeah, this is a description of Círdan from The Lord of the Rings. It's very tall, and also very old, because Círdan is one of the oldest elves we know by name from living on Middle Earth, if that makes sense. He's not an unbegotten, so one of these 144 original elves that awoke, or what number they ever were, and he was born some generations later, but he's pretty close to this original generation as a result, even older than Galadriel, so he's insanely old. And he was never in Aman, so probably the toll on his body and living in Middle Earth for such a long time, never have been to Aman yet, and probably also increased how fast he aged. I'm very upset. I see so many made-up characters. I'm getting Tauriel flashbacks. Yeah, I see the problem, but of course, when you make a show about the Second Age, you have to make up many characters, because especially about like the Norsemen and other groups that might be important in the Second Age, we simply don't have any writings. Only the very, very big characters like Galadriel, Celebrimbor, and even about those we know quite little. And Elrond, Gil-galad, basically only the big elven lords and ladies we have names of and know a tiny bit of what they did. So as a result, if you want to cover something there, you have to make up a lot of characters. In case of The Hobbit, we have a fleshed out story, not just some basically basic notes that outline what happened in the Second Age. We have a complete story, and we have tons of characters already in the story. Like, we have all these dwarves, like the main cast with side characters is like 15, 14 characters already. And they just decided, let's add more characters to it. In my opinion, that was not the smartest decision, especially when they could have focused on the plot surrounding those already huge, this already huge cast, and they just added stuff that was not in The Hobbit on top of that. And of course, I would not blame the actor of Tauriel, but in my opinion, it took a little bit away from other characters which the Hobbit films should have focused on instead, and that definitely I share your criticism there. But in this case, we don't have a fleshed out story like The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings, just some very loose notes of Tolkien outlining this time there. That's interesting, but I have no idea why that is. This could have to do with multiple things, though, because Vanity Fair might have exclusive rights. That's why you might not find it. But not side stories like Tauriel's love triangle. Yeah, I didn't like that either. Like, I would have loved to see this more. As said already at the beginning of the stream, we had a whole section discussing this. For me, it doesn't matter if an elf is black or not. To be honest, I totally 100% don't care about it. Like, the question that is maybe interesting is this a black actor playing an elf, or is this, well, it's not called a black, but a Puerto Rican actor playing an elf, or is this a Puerto Rican actor playing an Puerto Rican elf, if that makes sense? Like, that's a difference in my opinion. Like, I don't have a problem with like an actor who looks, however, if he's a really good actor playing whatever role, even though in the original he is not of that skin color. I don't care about skin colors, to be honest. It's just a minor thing. I'm not sure if Tolkien is rolling in his grave. I'm pretty sure he's just fine. Like, I don't know. I'm sometimes surprised that people put so much stuff on, so much focus on this. Stick to Tolkien's material. The problem is, for example, Lord of the Rings, Glorfindel is also not a woman, and suddenly he becomes Arwen. Like, there are changes made into this, and we also see, like, I don't know, like, these two characters are also elves, and they look as you describe. It's this Sylvan elf, and we even don't know what is exactly going on with this character, and so on and so forth. Stick to the material. Also, Uruk-hai are not blue or greenish, they are black. Like, more like pitch black orcs. That's how they are described. It's, like, I don't know, and I've not seen many people complain about the orcs having the wrong color. So that is why I don't fully understand why there's so much focus on this sometimes. He is in Puerto Rico. Yeah, exactly. And also, there was like a question, chat, I think. Bilbo Baggins writes, I always found it odd that no humans ever realized the original corruption of Eru's gift by Morgoth. You think a few wise elves men would have figured it out, or a wizard could have mentioned it? I think the fact that Andres, a wise woman of men, knows about this seems that there is knowledge among the wise of men about it. And she talked about this, with Finrod about it. So some of the elves might know too, but I think overall it's not too widely known what exactly happened back in the day to men. Like, I think it's very, very few people knowing about this. Yeah, that is the question. What else will they alter? But the problem, my biggest worry is really, like, if we go back into the article and go down to the second last passage, they talk about time compression. In the novels, the aforementioned things take place over thousands of years, but Payne and McKay have compressed events into a single point in time. So there seems to be like a very huge compression of the major events of the Second Age. And this is something I see as very, very unfortunate. And this for me is just the far more bigger problem, or whatever you want to call it, in that regard, you know, like, there's so much things that can go wrong with that I personally don't think, if whoever actor and however he looks plays what character, I don't care about this. Of course, everyone has to set their priorities differently, but I personally don't really care. I personally don't really care how these characters look, or how the actors look. I also know there will 100%, when they announce the series, I knew there will be changes. to the source material, and they maybe have to compress time a little bit and invent characters that were never there. That is a thing to expect when they make a show. Like, it doesn't matter who has announced this show, even if he would be a Tolkien scholar. Even if this would be a show basically made by Tolkien scholars, I'm pretty sure even they would have to change a few things to make it work on screen. Like, that is simply what happens if you adapt a book to like film, or in this case a TV show. That's always what happens. The question is, what changes do you do? And I don't know. It's like, I guess this change will definitely annoy a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. They just have to act convincingly. They have to perform well. They have to play their role well. We have to feel some form of sympathy, or what, depending on the role, I guess, for them. If it's a villain, then we of course want maybe to hate him, or just dislike him a lot as a character inside the world. And if we manage to portray this well, then everything is good. But I guess we definitely have to see how it plays out in the end. And we at least get a very slight teaser impression on the 13th of February during the Super Bowl thing. Then we get a trailer, which is actual motion picture with sound. And then we might get a better impression how stuff will work out. I'm very curious how that is. But these are just stills and pictures published in like a magazine, so there's still more layers to it in a TV show than just looking at pictures, right? And in the past, of course, Tom Shippey has a few comments on this. Then I'm not sure, right, what is going on right now. I could imagine that some also fear a bit to comment on this because of this suddenly gives you like a lot of people that else at other times rarely comment on stuff. Sometimes come to your channel and then just post their, let's say, interesting opinions there that you probably don't want to hear. And as a result, maybe they hold back a little bit, if that makes sense. Let me just see. There's another Tolkien scholar, which I also follow a bit on various channels. Always that that might have commented on this already. I'm not sure. I just tried to check, but I don't see it right now. Okay. Luke Shelton, for example, commented on it, but it's not the person I mean. Let me just scroll through my Twitter timeline really quick. No, so far I don't see. So always a bit difficult sometimes to find stuff here on the fly. But for example, Dimitra Fimi is another a Tolkien scholar who potentially commented a little bit here and there on the show too. But I don't know too many very I'm not too deep into the Tolkien scholarship and what Tolkien scholars have to say, because I'm sometimes too busy with doing unnecessary long lore videos. Yeah, it will be difficult to say. No, if you would be banned, you could not be post again. That's the difference between a timeout and a ban, but I would also recommend to not write everything in caps lock. And critical is something different. I often hear the word critical misused. Like, a critique is something that is a little bit based on more than just your your own opinion and putting it out. It also is based on opinion, don't get me wrong, but to be really critical to something, you also have like different aspects to cover. Like you have to look into things, you need some kind of analysis, you need context, you need to form strong arguments. But just going into some chat and stuff goes wrong. Bilbo Baggins is not a mod here, so you don't have to ask. But there's always the one rule in chat that you don't discuss stuff with the mods. Like if you get a timeout, there's most likely a reason why you got that. No, I did not say critiques aren't based on opinion, but critiques are more than just opinions. That is what I said. A critique is always an opinion, but it has to be a bit more. I don't know what you exactly wrote that you earned your timeout. I just decently remember some stuff. No problem. I mean, there will definitely be critique for when the show comes out. The show will definitely not do everything right. And so far, we have to live with the fact that we have blonde Elrond. So they definitely take some liberties in casting, which is fine, in my opinion. I know that for some people, this is already like a problem, because they would have wished that the actors look exactly how they imagined the characters or how the characters are described in the books. So if in the book release that read that Elrond's hair is black like the twilight, or is dark like the twilight, and we see this guy, then we would say, wait a minute, this is Elrond? I always imagined him a bit different, at least. I don't know if it looks awfully generic. I don't think so far. It looks like costumes and backgrounds look decent so far. As said, we have to look into this. For example, like somebody really had to write this here on the door and made all the stuff, and it seems to be actually Khuzd-dûr and not some random script. I could even make out some words that also mentions Khazad-dûm in the text describing this picture. She stands in front of the gates of Khazad-dûm and so on. So there is some detail. I wouldn't say it looks completely generic, though. There's somebody put in definitely some effort. Like if we go back to the posters that we posted, like I'm currently on my channel, I had to vote about if I should do a summary of the last stream discussing all the posters. And for example, like this is a simple example. This picture here of this guy, if you look close to the sleeve, let me see if I can give you the arrow. Where is my arrow? If you look close to the sleeve, it's really hard to see for you, I assume. Wait, maybe I can make it bigger. But somebody definitely put in some effort into this costume. Like if we go very close, we see that there are actual letters here on this thing. And if you can read those letters, we can see that this here might be an E. Let me see if I can maybe bring this up so you can follow what I'm talking about a bit. So we can just try to read these letters together so people maybe know how the Kirth stuff works. What do we take? We take good old Wikipedia. Wikipedia is also a decent Kirth site. Oh, it's so hard to say sometimes. Oh, that's how it works. That's interesting. So let me just get this here on the screen. Careful, people. There will be a white flash in a moment. Like it will be a white page in case your eyes you are sitting in a dark room or something. So yeah, here we have the good old Kirth alphabet. So if we go here to the screen, you see here we have the letter E. This here. This is how the letter E looks. So if we go back to this thing here, it's hard to see though, but here we have something that could be an E. I think it's most likely the E. However, the next letter is easier to read. This here is the, if I'm not mistaken, should be the letter L. So if we go back to this thing here, the letter L should be, where is it? Up here. So it looks like almost like a T. This is the letter L here. So it says, so far it says L. If we now go back and check the next letter, we have this, it looks like an R. So it's a B. In the rune represents the sound B. B. This is this letter here. Elb. And the next letter, really hard to see again, but I can promise you if you zoom in it makes sense, is again another E. See, it's this letter here. So what it says is Elbe. And we only know, I think, maybe there's another name, but I can't think of many other names we can think of that includes the letter E-L-B-E. And that is Elbereth. So we know this person has Elbereth written on his sleeve, and as a result, and that in Kirs. So as a result, he's most likely an elf, because no other would write Elbereth, like in, for example, Ar-Pharazôn would not write Elbereth on this as a letter on his sleeve, if that makes sense. And I would say as a result, this amount of detail is like really impressive to me personally. And it's also on the other sleeve, if you think about this. Wow, it says made in China. Yeah, maybe it says made in China, but I think it says Elbereth in Kirs. And that is, in my opinion, quite an amount of detail. Don't you agree? Like, somebody had to physically make this costume and write Elbereth on it. I think that is really, really impressive already. We had like another picture. This time also the shortcut works. I love it. We have another picture with like writings on it. Like, we took quite some time to really translate it. But we had also this here, this scroll, and we tried to read it. The problem is I think I can't rotate it. Do I have a plugin to rotate it or something? Script, automatic, virtual cam. No. I forgot how it worked. Oh, I can rotate it. Awesome. So it's also really hard to read. I can't go to much detail, but you can see, it's probably too hard to read here on screen. But yeah, here on this text, even though it's written in English and not in Elvish, like it is Elvish script, but it's actually English, you can here see the letter K and I and so king, and then an S, so kings, and long story short, it reads King's Square View from South is what this part here said, and this here at the side reads Eregion. Like, this is a lot of detail to it. And if you look at the script, for example, you have certain aspects that are incredibly unusual. Like, somebody definitely knew his stuff writing this down here, because the King's Square has this weird symbol, I think this one here. And this diacritic here basically stands for an R. And this is, I think, rarely used in Tolkien's script. Only there's like a linguistic publication of some of Tolkien's stuff where he notes he worked on languages with, and it's published in something called the Parma Eldalamberon. And in issue 20 on page 35 and 73, if I remember correctly, you only find this, and nowhere else. It's never used again. Somebody definitely knew these scripts quite well and put in quite some effort, even though it might not look like much, but there definitely went some effort into this stuff. So I can't say it's really cheap or they didn't put some effort into this, if that makes sense. So there's definitely some love to detail into all of this. This is, I think, supposed to be Celebrimbor here. And if you look into the sleeves again, you see like some symbols, like a sun could be a Silmarillion. So there are some hints you can maybe think, okay, yeah, that could be a Noldor elf. And it could be maybe somebody like Celebrimbor, who is related to Fëanor, who made the Silmarillion. So there's definitely a detail here that I personally find really, really fascinating and interesting. So I wouldn't say it looks completely cheap and generic or so. I think there are definitely details that some people worked pretty hard on to bring on screen, and that so far I enjoyed. Also, if we come back to the picture here, to the tweet, like they have real water and a boat in it, and the actors have to act inside this. You could also do this maybe with more CGI stuff, but they decided to use real water for it and using practical effects. We have seen the making of trailer of this first title reveal, which was also made with practical effects. So we of course have to see how it will look when it's completely done and filmed and we see it in September. But so far they give me the impression they really try to use practical effect stuff a lot. And I appreciate that a lot. So just from a visual standpoint, I'm relatively confident that they could deliver something pretty decent. Not gonna lie. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Practical effect. I can maybe link it. There is on IGN, there is like a making of. I don't want to show it here because I don't want to take away from the IGN people. But yeah, they made this trailer and there's like a making of how they did this. It's really fascinating. Justin Jets writes, every actor, every artistic decision should be made based on the art. Who is best for this character? Today this is not done. I can't agree with you there. This was always a problem, Justin. Always people like, did you see, I'm not sure if it's the first or the second film with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Did you see it? Hercules in New York, I think it's called. Like, you can't tell me that Arnold Schwarzenegger was cast for this film due to his acting talent. You can't tell me that. He was cast because he had big muscles and could maybe portray like a vision of Hercules, and maybe he was also cheap to get at that time. I'm not sure, but like this film is not a masterpiece. Let's put it that way. It's very entertaining to watch. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't say it's like the Citizen Kane of films, right? And there are some other films, like there are tons of films in the world where people are cast and you ask yourself, why was this person cast? Okay, I have a theory, but I won't say it out loud. It's always like this. And now I agree. There is a possibility that people get just cast because they have the right cultural background, even though the cultural background is not necessary to portray the role. But as said earlier in the stream, I think that a black actor can also play a person that is maybe in the source material a white person. I don't see a problem with it, as long as it's not a topic inside of the world. And it might be immersion breaking for some people, but there are also a lot of cases where, like, an original, a person that, like in the source material, it's an Asian person, or it plays in Asia, and then suddenly it plays in New York and is played by white Americans. Like, that also existed. It's not like that it's always like this. There's of course a reason, and you could argue this reason should not exist in the first place, but in my opinion, it's just a very, very small problem so far. There are so many other things they can screw up in the series. As said, they can screw up doing, I don't know, they can totally screw up the dialogue. Just imagine a series that looks awesome and it has all these details, but the dialogue is just terribly written. That, in my opinion, would really be a problem. Not like having, I don't know, black dwarfs in a fantasy world. Like that's my opinion, not really. At least for me, it's not a problem. But of course, I accept that some people really are triggered by this or dislike it. But I also think that you can totally, I don't know, you can go a bit over the top with it, in my opinion. It's just definitely a detail. Yeah, exactly. When we come here to the script, they used a specific weird English mode where this is possible. Like Tolkien, for example, for people who don't know, Tolkien had some letters written to other people who also liked Tengwar, and he wrote those letters in this Tengwar script we see on the scroll here. Really fascinating stuff. And to write English in Tengwar, he of course had to develop a specific mode. Like Tengwar uses different modes. It's very difficult. I have a lot of trouble with this. Is when I see Tengwar, finding out what mode it is written, because it's very important to read it. I think the mode on the One Ring is also a very specific one. I mean, it could simply be that there's like, let's call it a black elf in the series, and it's never explained why, or in the world he's just a normal elf like everyone else, and it simply doesn't matter. It's just a black actor playing an elf. It's, in my opinion, a possibility, and I wouldn't mind if that would be the case. Like, just imagine you have, like, I don't know, your kids in school, like in your class, make for the parents, I don't know, a little theatrical adaptation of or a little play of the Hobbit book, and just at an afternoon they just meet and what do you call it? Practice, I guess. Rehearsals? Is this a word? I forgot the English word for it. But you know what I mean. They practice, and then there is then they show it to their parents at some point, and then Bilbo is played by, I don't know, an Asian kid or a black kid or whatever. Who would care that black kid, and he plays him really well? Who would care that this is the case? You could argue this is like $1 billion production of Hollywood or something, but it's yeah, I don't know. It's just, I think it's a minor detail. I would love when this detail would not be part of the world. Like, if they just exclude it. It's just an actor and he plays a role, and that's totally fine. Because humans, like it's also difficult for human to play a dwarf, because we don't have real dwarfs in the world. We also don't have real elves in the world. So I don't fully see the characters. These are fantasy races that don't exist in the real world anyway. So that's another reason for me personally why I don't see too much problem with this. But don't get me wrong, I get why people are concerned with this and fear that people are only cast because of their cultural background or whatever, or because of diversity, and are not fit for the role and so on. But so far the people cast all seem pretty competent in what they're doing, and at least give them a chance and see what's going on. Yeah, it's also a good point. It also doesn't change the books. Like, the books are still there. And you don't have to watch this show. You can criticize the show, and you don't. You can dislike the show. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to convince you. Just people wanted to know my opinion on this, and this is definitely how it looks like. But I'm all fairly, when it comes to this, fairly liberal. Like, this is the least thing I care about. But the dwarven queen having no beard, that is a far bigger concern, I think. But no, even that, it's just a minor detail, and it seems like she has a beard. Like, there was like somebody at like an we discussed this already. Was it somewhere here? You see like a slight beard. Maybe I also would have to zoom in Photoshop. Let me just see. Now you definitely see something like this. Let me just see if I can bring this on screen in a moment. Did I press the right button for doing this? Probably not. No. Oh, that's why it doesn't work. I just wondered for a moment. Maybe I find a bigger picture of that. That might work. Wait a moment, chat. Sorry for, like I said, doing production in parallel is difficult sometimes. I hope you forgive me for some of the little pauses that happen here and there, or me stop talking in the middle of a sentence. It's, for me personally, multitasking is like a really difficult thing sometimes to do. And that is why I struggle at times. No, I don't think this is a better picture. Okay. Yeah, this is a far better picture. Okay, we go with this then. But you could see it in the zoomed in tweet thing, I think. So let me see. We can do a bit of this and a bit of this. I just try to increase some of the stuff. Lightning should be okay. Be a bit of noise reduction, of course. Good old noise reduction. Okay, the sharpening is maybe a bit over the top from my side. Just let me Photoshop this really quick, so it's better to see. Looks a bit strange, maybe. But yeah, there is a potential hint of a beard there. I'm not sure though. How do I bring this on your screen? Where's OBS? There. Let me see. Can be just a matter of hours. Live production, always awesome. Oh, you don't see it? Oh no. That is a problem. Why don't you see it? Okay, that doesn't work either. Well, then I have to do this this way. Probably that works. So yeah, but here you potentially see like a slight beard thing. I just try to push it out a little bit more by using some filters on the picture. But yeah, it definitely looks like it. Like in the tweet, you probably still see it much better, because the person also added some exposure time, I think. But yeah, still, it's, in my opinion, it seems like she has a slight beard. Kind of interesting detail. She should have a beard, yes. Big, beautiful beards. Yeah, well, I guess it's not the long beard that grows from their birth, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. I read you the beard quote. In the film it is said, and there's also some hints in other writings. I would need to find the quote really quick. It's from the films, it seems. Does somebody know the quote from Lord of the Rings? I think it's also mentioned in Lord of the Rings itself. Let me see if I find it really quick. It's always difficult to find this on the fly, because I don't know, I remember the exact wording of it. Okay, that is how... I think I found it. Chat. Lucky me. It's always unpleasant if you just have to be silent for such a long time. It was said by Gimli that it's on page 1018, Appendix A of the Lord of the Rings. This was the daughter of Throin II. She is the only dwarf woman named in the histories. It was said by Gimli that there are few dwarf women, probably no more than a third of the whole people. They seldom walked abroad except at a great need. They are in voice and appearance, and in garb if they must go on a journey, so like the dwarf men that the eyes and ears of other peoples cannot tell them apart. This has given rise to the foolish opinion among men that there are no dwarf women and that the dwarfs grow out of stone. And I also gave you like another thing. I think this is from Peoples of Middle-earth though, of dwarves and men. You can read it again. It doesn't talk about beards, but of course if they can't be told apart, like the beard would be a pretty good indicator, but it's not even mentioned here, so it implies that there is no difference in that. Now I have to find my other window here. Maybe it's also from the Silmarillion, I remember it wrong. Okay, I might have remembered it wrong. Where did I find this quote? I can't remember. Like what? I forgot also to post it. Usually I write the source. Okay, now I'm confused that it's not in Peoples of Middle-earth, or did I open the wrong book? Now I'm confused myself. Maybe it was... Let me see. Somebody in chat is writing me something? No, man, I've never seen. Why didn't I write where I found the quote? Ah, very unfortunate. It's not here. It's not in the Unfinished Tales. Okay, then what other book could it be then? Maybe it's in the letters? Not the letters either. Finished Tales. What other books could it be? It could be War of the Jewels or something. Morgoth's Ring. Maybe it's Lost Tales. Something strange. Kirdan, do you know which book from which book the quote is? I thought it would be Peoples of Middle-earth, but I might be wrong here. It is from War of the Jewels. Okay, I found it. There's also a section called Of the Naugrim and the Edain concerning the dwarfs. And there is like the $5 section. So the fifth paragraph, or whatever you want to call it. The Naugrim were ever, as they still remain, short and squat in stature. They were deep-breasted, strong in the arm, and stout in the leg, and their beards were long. Indeed, this strangeness they have, that no man nor elf has ever seen a beardless dwarf, unless he were shaven in mockery, and would then be more like to die of shame than of many other hurts that to us would seem more deadly. For the Naugrim have beards from the beginning of their lives, male and female alike. So yeah, here it writes basically the importance of the beards for dwarves, and males and females alike have beards. Here it's explicitly stated by Tolkien in this text. Also, I will add that it is in War of the Jewels in this post here. That is the History of Middle-earth book number 11, I think. So I hope this answers the question. Yeah, also it must be, it could be considered that it might play in this house. That's an interesting point too. I'm a bit surprised though. Let us go to the other picture from the poster of last time. Now we know who this character is with the armor, with the strange armor, I should say. And I found it, like, in my stream, I said it's very strange that an elf would wear an armor with a face of somebody that has a beard on it. And it seems like I was completely wrong. That is unfortunate. Like here on this picture, we see a person with an arrow, and we see like a face on this wood armor, and potentially an ant or something. I'm not sure. It must be an ant then, because the Sylvan elves and some of the ants probably lived in the same region, so that could work out. Maybe it's also Tom Bombadil or something, I have no idea. But, yeah, it's for me kind of strange. That, it's because if it portrays, for example, let's say an elf hiding in the woods or something, he would have no beard, because there are only 2 known elves in the history of Tolkien's world that have beards. That is Mahtan and Círdan. Mahtan, I think is his name, is the father of the wife of Fëanor. Nerdanel is his wife called, and the father should be Mahtan. He had also like a crimson beard or something. Quite interesting. But yeah, they are Noldor though. Tolkien clearly stated he wanted to make a mythology for England. That's all you need to know. That might be correct, but Tolkien also later expanded on all of this and wrote expanded on this. And there's an interview from the 60s where he had, like, it was an interesting detail. Let me see if I can find it though. I think I found it. So in this interview from 1966 with Henry Resnick, he says, like there's an interesting quote. Tolkien says, Hrun is the Elvish word for East, Asia, China, Japan, and all things which people in the West regard as far away. And south of Harad is Africa, the hot countries. So he also had those places definitely in mind, even the Asian ones, which is an interesting detail. So he expanded on all of this a little bit further, and you could of course argue that Harad and Far Harad especially, so what is south of Harad, is basically North Africa already or whatever. And we also find another interesting quote from one of the letters. Let me also get this here out. That he also drew inspiration. That doesn't mean that the people are like Egyptians, but also from Egypt mythology. And that I always find a little bit interesting to read. because people might not be aware of that. The Numenorians of Gondor were proud, peculiar, and archaic, and I think are best pictured in, say, Egyptian terms. In many ways, they resembled Egyptians. The love of and power to construct the giant and massive. Now I got the sentence. The love of and power to construct the giant and massive. And in their great interest in ancestry and in tombs, but not, of course, in theology, in which respect they were Hebraic and even more Puritan, but this would take too long to set out to explain. Indeed, there were why there is practically no often religion, or rather religious acts or places or ceremonies among the good or anti-Sauron people in Lord of the Rings. I think the crown of Gondor was very tall like that of Egypt, but with wings attached, not set straight back but at an angle. So, sorry for reading this so badly, but sometimes Tolkien's wording is just too advanced for me, not native speaker, and gives me some trouble. But yeah, it's really he definitely had some of this stuff also in mind. It's not like Tolkien tried to create a story and everything on Arda is basically England, and everything from like England from I don't know 2000 years ago, and everything else is basically not existence or not part of it. Tolkien definitely had many different influences and ideas from other mythologies and so on and so forth. So to say it's just strictly England is simplifying, I think, Tolkien's world a little bit. Yeah, but Gondor is a central part of the world, and he clearly states that an influence for this place was definitely Egypt. I think there's not much to argue here in this respect. It doesn't mean it is exactly like Egypt, but it's also not like there is no trace of, let's say, Egypt mythology and ideas in this. And we can also read that people living south of Gondor were also swarthy, so had a darker skin color. And that makes totally sense from I don't know, to some degree, I guess. Because in Southern Europe, people also start to get like a darker skin already. And Tolkien definitely knew about, I don't know, Spain and Italy. Yeah, it's confirmed that it's a Sylvan elf. Yeah, so far nothing has to do with stealing cultures or whatever. That makes, to me, no sense. Looks pagan, might be an end. Yeah, exactly. I would also agree with Sea Kayak. Sea Kayak. It's potentially an end. It would make most sense here for this picture. And yeah, we see the actor here, Ismail Cordova, on another picture. Here we see him. This is the exact armor that we see here. So these pictures here seem to be the same. He also has a bow and a sword and so on. So that's totally fitting. Not sure what he's exploring there, though, in this cave, but of course sometimes elves also explore caves, so that works. Very curious where this plays. Like, it could play all the way down here, very far in the south of the classic Middle Earth. See, maybe somebody knows. Is there, like, in the text a hint of where this plays? Maybe far in the south. It could play in Gondor or something. Let me just bring up the map a little bit. Like, we know that, for example, some Sylvan, some Teleri and Sylvan elves settled here, and Sindar elves, all the way down here. Or maybe it's more like here, Ethelond. That's a possibility. Maybe it plays somewhere here in Rovanion too. That is another possibility. I don't know. There's a lot of places where this can take place. I would have thought that they would also give us more hints about this place all the way down here, Umbar. That is, kind of quite unfortunate that so far we haven't heard anything of that, because I was looking forward to hear more about Umbar. It's one of my, I always found this place very interesting, like this weird harbor city far in the south, so far away, where, I don't know, where later the Corsairs of Umbar, the pirates, come from. It's kind of cool, I guess, so would have loved to see more of that. Yeah, exactly. It's a fantasy world with dragons that can talk and breathe fire, and then there are dragons who can't breathe fire but have like a terrible gaze that can hypnotize you, and then we have oh, okay, interesting. They added a river flowing out of Umbar. You are right. I'm not sure if I have the updated, yeah. Interesting detail. Yeah, so here this region is Harat, and then down here is Africa or something, south of Harat, Far Harat. Really interesting. There's definitely space for that, and it was also a place, and later for Gondor. Umbar was also like an important place, also for Numenor already in the Second Age. Umbar is an important haven, and they basically, the Numenorians are here in this region, and put later heavy tribute on the people of Harad, which is a very interesting detail, and probably did not help them to get very popular there, to be honest. And in Lord of the Rings, of course, in case people wonder, who are those Haradrim I'm talking about? They are the people with the giant elephants. Let me see if I can find good film screenshot for that. Elephants. No, that's a Fellowship of the Ring. That's of course not from Fellowship. This is from Return of the King. So yeah, these people are from Harad, far in the south. Yeah, that is also an interesting point. Maybe we can look at the painting of Tolkien from Glaurung. He looks almost a bit Asian, to be honest. Let me see if I find it really quick. I hope. It's on Tolkien Gateway, I hope. Of course, I misspelled Glaurung. I don't have rights for that, so I hope. I mean, it's a very early picture that Tolkien drew. Let me see, chat. How can I bring this on screen the best? Just prepare this here really quick. Careful, white background. And yeah, here you see him. It doesn't look like a very classic dragon. You see a very long tail and almost like a worm. I wouldn't say he looks exactly Asian here on this draft drawn by Tolkien, but he definitely, also doesn't look like a classic Western dragon, in my opinion. Who would be the collaborators Galadriel is hunting down at the beginning? That also I found really strange, Spielkalb. That also I found really strange wording. Like, Galadriel was never a character I really identified with hunting down people or revenge or something. Also, it only mentions one brother, but Galadriel lost all her 3 brothers, at least, from the perspective of Middle-earth, in the First Age, during the war of during the countless wars in the First Age. Finrod was slain by Sauron, and Sauron's wolves in his terrible tower, and his other brothers were consumed by flames through Morgoth. So if we just go by the lore, it's really strange to foretell who she is seeking exactly, because I guess only Sauron is left, and Sauron was defeated by Luthien, the great-grandmother of Elrond. Let me see if I have the picture again. This is Luthien, by Kimberly 80. Yeah, she defeated Sauron with the help of the Hound Huan. There's also a picture of Ted Nesmith, I think, depicting this. Like a little small draft he did. Like, this is the Hound Huan, and this person there on the ground is Sauron, I think. And Huan basically defeats him, and then Sauron has to give Luthien the power for not to be killed by Huan. So basically, he exchanges the life of his physical form, and his defeat, for his defeat and fleeing, or being able to flee. So they had contact, and Sauron was defeated as a result. So I'm not 100% sure who she is actually hunting there. It seems to me a bit strange, not gonna lie. Maybe there are some other collaborators in the form of, I don't know, some orc generals or some... really hard to say. Maybe she really is hunting down Sauron or something like that. That's true. It really shows that Glaurung is gigantic, but was already pretty big. Yeah, I don't know. Very Norse myth-inspired. Yeah, totally Norse myth-inspired. There's a lot of Norse mythology you find in Tolkien stuff. For example, even some of the names, like Eärendil, also was called Eärendel, and Eärendel is like the Old English name of like a hero from Norse mythology, and in that he is, I don't know, he's carried by Thor he transforms into a bird, and his toe freezes or something and falls apart, and then Thor basically picks the toe and throws it into the sky and becomes a star there. And Eärendil later also is like a star in the sky. It's of course not the same story, but there's definitely some inspiration going on there. Mr. writes, I'm a little worried about them making Galadriel a fightery character. I thought she was portrayed as a very powerful in the films. I can't say the word. Especially because she was not that type of character. Sometimes so weird. I read a word and I simply can't say it. It's so strange. Especially officially or something like this. Really hard to say. And yeah, at the beginning of the stream, you probably missed it. We discussed already if Galadriel could wear armor. There's one version where this idea definitely fits better than with other ideas, in my opinion. Okay, this totally killed this here. Where is she? Yeah. So my conclusion is, if you go with this version where she is like the Man Maiden and she fought in Alqualonde against the Fëanorians and so on and so forth, yeah, I can see that this is possible. Tolkien also describes that among elves, like female and male characters don't really have a huge difference in physical strength, so they're pretty similar. As a result, this kind of works. But as said, Tolkien has many versions of Galadriel, and maybe they go with one version that is a bit more fightery. So, but I definitely see that people might dislike a more character who's more like fighter or warrior, but it's not impossible, at least in her younger years, I guess. Well, later she definitely fills more into the role of, let's call it, a witch or something like this. There's like a really cool quote somewhere of somebody of Eor riding to help Cirion, the ruling steward of Gondor, who has to fight for his life against some Easterling clan called the Balchoth, I think, and he comes to help them, and then as a result they later form like an alliance, and Cirion gifts them the region that later would then become Rohan, and Eor would become the first king. However, on the way to the field of Celebrimbor, I think it is, Eor noticed that there's a fog coming when he's close to Dol Guldur, and he does not want to be seen by Dol Guldur. And first, some of his men think this is a bad omen, but then he recognizes that no, it's not a bad omen. That Los Lorien, so in this case Galadriel, sent this fog there to basically cover their march to the field of Celebrimbor from the eyes of Barad-dûr, from Dol Guldur, not Barad-dûr. So interesting detail. There's always this, like, there's this elven lady in the forest that she's really powerful and maybe also has some magic abilities. It's very mythological and a bit a witch-like as she appears in the later ages. But in the earlier ages, I can definitely see her. Like, at least you can make an argument for it. You don't have to agree with this, but you can make an argument for this, that she is more like a fighter. Depeche Rob asked, did Galadriel kill any Teleri? In this version, no, she did not. Also in the others. In this version find it in the Unfinished Tales, obviously in the history of Galadriel and Celeborn. Do I still have it open? Probably not. No, I don't have it open. Let me think for a moment. How was it phrased? Heroically was the phrasing, right? Yes. Yeah, and here it's written, in Feanor's revolt that followed the darkening of Valinor, Galadriel had no part. Indeed, she with Celeborn fought heroically in defense of Alqualonde against the assault of the Noldor, and Celeborn's ship was saved from them. And as a result, they used this ship in this version. As you can notice, though, that Celeborn in this version is a Teleri elf and not a Sindar elf, because he is also in Aman, which, Tolkien changed this. And she also has a separate boat and goes over to, and sails over to Middle-earth. Like, in the leaks we have heard that she goes over Helcaraxe, which is a normal version of this. But Tolkien also worked on a version where he removes basically Galadriel from all the fighting, making her like fighting for the good people, and then also move on to Middle-earth separately, even reaching it before Feanor reaches Middle-earth, which is kind of interesting. Like, he basically takes her out a little bit from all of this. Yeah, it's kind of funny that Celebrimbor has in one version also like if Celebrimbor is a Teleri elf from Aman, he of course also needs like a different name, like a Quenya name or something like that. And you see how Tolkien phrases is here, and it's indeed Teleporno, I think it should be pronounced. No, it's a Sindarin name, right? Wait. It's of course a late version that Celebrimbor appears with a High Elven rather than a Sindarin name, Teleporno. This is stated to be actually Telerin in form. The ancient stem of the Elvish word for silver was Cueleb, becoming Caleb in Sindarin. Teleb and Telepe in Telerin, and so on and so forth. Teleb and Telepe in Quenya. Interesting. But yeah, name stuff. I'm not sure if the name Teleporno also exists out of this. It's quite funny, I guess, in our current times. Yeah, something like this. It's the Quenya. It's a Telerin. It's the High Elven form of his name. It's mentioned. Kinslaying is first age, so not part of the license. Yeah, it's not, but they can potentially explore or explain some stuff from the first age too if it's necessary, because we already saw this picture of the two trees, which is also clearly first age due to the presence of the two trees, and we still see this picture here. Let me just bring it up on screen really quick again. This one here, the first screenshot that was posted a while ago, which we also discussed in detail on this channel. I'm a bit sad that my summary video is still not done for the 23 posters, so that's that. But yeah, this is also clearly first age, so it seems like they can show to some degree first age stuff, but not to every degree. It's kind of strange though that they go with like a brother story for Galadriel in some way. Really unusual. I'm still have no idea what this could mean. Yeah, flashbacks, exactly. That's also what I assume. Would love to see Eol on screen. Yeah, that would also be interesting. I guess Galadriel was always like a very prominent female character. Yeah, I get it done before the trailer, I'm pretty sure of that, but now we have this stream already and had to discuss a lot, so potentially I have to change my script again, maybe include what we just learned also in the summary video or so. I'm not sure, but I hope I can finish it this weekend. But it's a lot to do. Now the stream comes out and I have to do stuff like we have to discuss everything here and try to translate stuff. Very busy times. Yeah. Spielkalb also quotes from the text. I also wanted to our good friend Nightbot. Maybe I should add the I would love to add the command so people can just write !link in chat. Not yet though, I'm not done. And then we get the VanityFair article. That would be awesome. So people know what we are talking about. Very curious if it works. Yeah, Tolkien, there's a so-called round world version where the world was flat. Not flat ever, but always basically round, like a sphere. But he abandoned this version again. Christopher Tolkien commented on it that it was probably the world. It was the idea of a flat world was too integrated into the world for it to survive such a surgery or something like this. He phrased it. Let us see if the link stuff now works. Nightbot here on YouTube always takes a moment to get the command. Maybe he also not taking it. Works. Probably there's a typo in it, whatever. Is it confirmed that Isildur has a sister? Yeah, I think it's almost pretty sure that that might be the case. Also a bit unusual, but the question will be, that's maybe an interesting question. Will Isildur have a brother this time? Like Anarion, will he be mentioned or not? Really difficult to say. I have to say, there's one quote mentioning the compression of time that also is definitely a detail that stings me a little bit. Like, I would have loved if they would have reduced time compression at least a little bit and not condense all the events to one point in time, because in this case, like, let me just read. I have an awesome quote from Lord of the Rings that I would like to read. If I find it fast enough. It's from the dialogue between Gandalf and Saruman. And I like it a lot. I think it's quite fitting. Because I don't find it. Of course I don't find it. I don't remember the exact wording. Can't believe it that I don't find it. No, that makes me a bit sad. It should be in the Council of Elrond. Today my finding skill is sadly not where it should be. Okay, I found it. So regarding time compression and putting everything to one point, and you basically change the outline of the whole context of the history of the world, then it's different. It's almost like I could quote Gandalf talking to Saruman, who just revealed, "For I am Saruman the Wise, Saruman, Ringmaker, Saruman of many colors. I looked then and saw that his robes, which had seemed white, were not so, but were woven of all colors, and if he moved they shimmered and changed hue, so that the eye was bewildered. I liked white better, I said. White, he sneered. It serves as a beginning. White cloths may be dyed. The white page can be overwritten, and the white light can be broken. In which case, it is no longer white, said I." So, Gandalf. It's, in my opinion, exactly like this. In this case, it is no longer the Second Age. Because if you change too much, you have to be very careful when you start fusing and meshing around all these things. That you could basically create a world which the Tolkien fan does not recognize as the world again. As Gandalf says here, yeah, you can override the white page, you can dye the white cloth, but then it's no longer white. You change the identity of it, if that makes sense. That's definitely a thing that concerns me a little bit, I have to admit. Exactly. Payne and Mordor have compressed events into a single point in time. I think somebody also posted that here already. What do you think about Celebrimbor, Elendil, Ar-Pharazôn, Gil-galad in the series? I think quite interesting characters, all of them. Celebrimbor is for me a really interesting character. Elendil also, like, he has many tough decisions to make, and very curious where they go with him. Pharazôn, of course, too, because he is so unusual in the way, like, he spices things up quite a lot in Numenor and lead to like a terrible end. So that is always interesting to see, and I hope we see all those characters in the series, but not at the same time, I guess. Gil-galad, of course, also, like, you often hear about him and his legendary spear, Aiglos, but he definitely, like, he's very wise. Like, he writes a letter in the year, I don't know, 750, 800 already to the Numenorian king, and asks for help and an alliance, because he sees that far in the east there's a shadow, that Sauron is rising there, and he fears that, and he already contacts and makes decisions and initiates like alliances that will help him out later, and it's just in time for him to make it, even though Sauron will attack 500 years later. So it's like very, very far-sighted, and it's kind of interesting to see how Gil-galad will be portrayed in this series, because that is a character we know very little about. Like, of course, we know a few details, but very curious how Gil-galad will look in this series. Into one story. Yeah, that is an interesting that's an interesting point, but they also, like, if you read the article a bit further, they definitely play with the idea. Let me just scroll down a bit. Like, they said, let me see if I find it really quick. If you are true to the exact letter of the law, you are going to be telling a story in which your human characters are dying off every season because you are running or you are jumping 200 years in time. And then you are not meeting really big important canon characters until season 4. And so they definitely indicate, I think, with these sentences here in this, that they definitely plan to compress time quite a lot, so they don't have to kill off the characters. And that was always a thing we discussed, like in other streams. I remember being on air somewhere where we also definitely discussed this and said, how are they going to do this with human characters dying in this series because of all the time that is? And yeah, one option would be just a huge time compression, which seems what they are going to do here. Which I think this is a huge problem when you cover the Second Age and have this huge time gaps in between. On the other side, you can also screw up a few things here. So it could be like a really condensed product what we're getting out of here. You're still going strong, amazing, yeah, of course. I have to, I guess. An interesting question. Django Plays asks, with this not being considered canon, I don't think now what to think of this series. I mean, what's the point of watching it then? I guess it's the art of adapting like a book into like a series and see what they can make out of it, especially in this case where you don't have a really written story. Like the Peter Jackson films are also vastly different from the books, and as a result they are not really canon. Like Frodo, before he reaches Rivendell, is not saved by Arwen in the books. He's saved by Glorfindel in the books. And even though the horse has the same name, but there are also changes. And Aragorn, for example, wants to become king because else he can't marry Arwen. And this is basically his fate. He has to succeed now if he wants to be together with his loved one. And he has to become king, so... And if he fails, his whole line will fail because he has no heir. When he does not marry Arwen, he has no children otherwise, so the line ends here. He is the last one, and that puts a lot of pressure on him, but he's successful. But in the books, you have more time to explain why Aragorn wants to become king. That's different in the film, and so they try to make him, he does not want to become king, and transform him a little bit. Still, this is interesting to see, but you have to keep in mind there's just a different interpretation, an adaptation of the source material. There will always be changes if you do something like this. I think there are very few adaptations where you say, yeah, it's exactly like the book, there are no changes at all. I think it doesn't exist. And when the source material is older than the adaptation in film, then of course the source material stays the source material, and is of course, if you think about the story, it's called a canon story, even though the film did some changes. I just hope that they portray the other stuff relatively well. But it's a very good question. Yeah, that's a huge difference. Or, for example, Tom Bombadil is completely missing. Like the reason why, for example, Merry. Let me see if I have the scene here on screen. The reason why Merry can deal so much damage to the Witch King in the books later is, let me see. Did I write heal into it? No. Yeah, here it is. Found the scene from Return of the King film. Here you see Merry sticking his dagger into the, what do you call it, heel of the Witch King. And this basically weakens him greatly, and then Eowyn can kill him. And this dagger is never explained in the films. In the books, though, there's a character called Tom Bombadil, which does not. Let me see, Tom Bombadil. There's also Ted Nesmith Tom Bombadil, which I would like to show here, because we see the yellow boots. They're probably a bit hard to see, or it's a really small. Let me just make it a bit bigger. Blue jacket, yellow boots, Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil basically helps them, and then they try to go to let me just see how I do this. So, it's so hard to see on this map. Let me just try to get the map a bit bigger. Doing this on the fly is always difficult. So, let me see. So, the Tom Bombadil lives, I don't know, round about here. And then they leave Tom Bombadil to go to Bree. Bree is here. And on the way, they have to cross these Barrow Downs, they are called, and there they are captured by weird, evil demon spirits called Barrow Wights. White, such a hard to say word this late. And there they are also rescued again by Tom Bombadil, and the Barrow Wights are basically, destroyed, defeated, and then in the graves, these are down, so there are all kinds of things in them, including these weapons. And these weapons are pretty good at hurting Nazgul, because the kingdom Cardolan, that was once here, had to fight against Angmar in the war against Angmar, and was defeated though, but they potentially had some weapons that were pretty good to fight Nazgul, and they get some of the daggers. And this is then these daggers, every Hobbit friend of Frodo can basically get one of these daggers, and this is the dagger that later Merry rams into the heel of the Witch King, and so he can be defeated. It's an interesting detail, but it's never explained in the films because this is completely left out. But you see how complicated canon can be just from this interesting detail. Sent you a message. Something interesting. Oh no, something interesting. Oh, interesting. But the question is, do I have many questions about this? But it seems like, the writer of the article is taking questions and answering them. That's really interesting. What do you think of Gandalf talk with Tom Bombadil for 2 whole years? I have no idea, but it's one of these big mysteries in the books that we have no idea what like at the end of after the War of the Ring, Gandalf went into the old forest and met with Tom Bombadil. What exactly he talked to him, or why he visited them there, what they did, we don't know. Yeah, I also hope it will be magical and epic. It seems like they definitely want to try to hit the right tone. At least in the article they said this, that there won't be like too much sex and violence in the story, and they try to get like, I don't know, a PG-13 or whatever that is, PG-12, 11, something like that. So it doesn't look like it will be going into this direction. If it the realm of Tom Bombadil could have been bigger. It would be also pretty cool to see Tom Bombadil in the series, right? In my opinion, like a little reference. There's like in the Council of Elrond, Elrond mentions that he met him. Let me see. But I had forgotten Bombadil. If needed, this is still the same that walked the woods and hills long ago, and even then was older than the old. That was not then his name. Iarwain ben Adar, we called him, oldest and fatherless, but many another name he has since been given by other folk. Forn by the dwarves, Orald by the Northmen, and other names beside. He is a strange creature, but maybe I should have summoned him to the council. It's really interesting, and he said before this time was when a squirrel could go from tree to tree, from what is now the Shire to Dunland west of Isengard. I knew, but I had forgotten. Oh, I just skipped it. In those lands I journeyed once, and many things wild and strange I knew. So Elrond in this time in the Second Age, somewhere maybe early on, journeyed those lands when these forests were still intact, and even know about Tom Bombadil, and had it, like I said, the name is also sounds quite unusual. Iarwain ben Adar. And the dwarves also know him as Forn. That is an interesting detail. Or Orald by the Northern men. So the Northern men of that time also knew him and had a name for him. That's of early times. It's really interesting detail that maybe the guy with the Meteor Man is Tom Bombadil. That would be really funny, though. Yeah, they cut down a lot of trees, and then they got into trouble. The Númenóreans got into trouble with the local people living there, and they later became the Dunelandings and bitter foes of the descendants of the Númenóreans, and also of course, the people of Rohan. How do you use this fancy name codes in the chat? Yeah, you have to write @ and then the name, and in theory it should pop up a list where you can select the names. Yeah, that's true. Could be potentially in England. I guess it's not only true for England, for a lot of places, I guess. Do you think the Valar were aware of Ungoliant before the attack of the two trees? Maybe. Maybe not. The weird thing is that we can read that even Manwë could not pierce through her darkness, so maybe she was pretty good at hiding. So maybe they were not aware, but I don't know, to be honest. Hard to say. Maybe there's a reference that indicates it or not. Would have to look deeper into this, but out of my head I could be, but maybe also not. Don't have a good answer. Let's drink something really quick. I can imagine that there will be some fan service too, but I really hope that they get like a serious tone in the series and manage to basically bring us a good adaptation, simply with like hitting the right tone. Don't be too goofy. Don't be overly brutal, and I don't know, like sex and violence is definitely not what Tolkien fans want to see in their Tolkien series too much. Even though sometimes Tolkien stuff is also pretty brutal. It's not like that, but you don't need to make it like some people would say, like too similar in that regard to Game of Thrones. That would be very unusual. Like Tolkien's approach is simply a bit different. Yeah, Melkor also did a lot of stuff, but it's interesting to see. I'm very, very curious where the series will go, but we will definitely find out how it looks in motion. That's what I'm very curious. Like, seeing stills and pictures is one thing, but seeing stuff actually in motion is a problem. It would also be cool if, I know not all agree on this, but having just seeing dancing bears in the background in Numenor would be pretty funny for a lot of Tolkien hardcore fans, I guess. So, I don't know, is there much more to talk about, people? I guess there are still some questions and whatnot, but I also don't want to occupy you too long, and I'm still talking for 4 hours already. Yeah, Steve, thank you for watching. Happy you enjoyed it. See you next time or so. This here will also be on as VOD. It's hard to say if the Valar were worshipped. Like, there's a specific name for Orome, the Valar of hunting, who was revered potentially by some of the Norsemen and later the people of Rohan. He was called there, I think, something like Barma, something like this. Let me just double check. It starts with a B, definitely. But sometimes names are hard to. Bema, without an R. Bema was the name. So he had a specific name for the Norsemen. As a result, I would argue that maybe there was something like this. I'm not even sure if all were aware of Eru's existence. The Numenorians, for sure, believed in Eru, and there was also some stuff related to Eru, like the king could swear on Eru and so on. So the Dunedain would also be aware of him and worship Eru, I guess, more than others. But that not has to that is not necessarily to do with that potentially has to do with them not knowing what's going on there. But it's hard to say how aware people were. Tolkien, the whole religious stuff, Tolkien always excluded a bit and never really described in his world too much. Like, there are few details, like there was like a fest in Numenor where Eru was basically revered and so on and so forth, and the king did some stuff on the mountain and whatnot. But beyond that, I think there's very little detail about how people believed and what people believed in. Just kind of unusual, considering that Tolkien took a lot of inspiration from Christianity as well. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, 4 hours is too long. Yeah, it definitely is long. But there was a lot of stuff to talk, a lot of questions. I'm very sorry for my mods that they have to moderate, especially at the beginning so much. Like, there was a huge discussion about I don't know what. I just noticed it, but it's too difficult for me to moderate chat, read everything, and do production stuff in the background. compare, like, okay, in Vikings there was also huge time compression and so on and so forth. Did it work in the series though? That's always the question. Like, you potentially you can make it work. You have a lot of gaps and so on, but yeah, it is definitely difficult. So I would say shoutouts to all the people in chat sitting through this for such a long time. Also to the people watching this as a VOD later. It again got long. I might put some of the stuff here into the summary video, I guess. So people can watch that. I'm still working on. We look a bit into the writings of the scroll, and also there's one writing on the ring, but I couldn't make any sense out of it. And here my mod Kirdan also is very well versed when it comes to Tolkien's writing systems, and even he couldn't figure out what is written on that ring. Well, we have like an idea, but it's not ideal. Let me just see if I can bring it up on screen in case people wonder what ring is he talking about. Rings of power. Like, this person has a ring and something is written on it in Tengwar, but we can't make any sense out of it. Not really sense out of it. Meanwhile, back in Valinor. Yeah, that would be pretty cool if the Valar would be in the show. Yeah, I hope you people enjoyed it. It was definitely a stream, was difficult, kind of. I know that a lot of people here enjoy this and are pretty cool and open, and I can totally understand that people are potentially disappointed or would have imagined stuff to look different, but as long as people stay open and are open for other opinions and accept each other, then a discussion and exchanging different views can be very fruitful. It's less fruitful if people start shouting at each other and so on and so forth. And I think a lot of the discussion, especially about diversity and whatnot, just goes in circles all the time and goes nowhere. I had so many discussions already through the course of, I don't know, I'm doing this now for 5 years. I had a lot of these discussions in time, and I feel like they are usually the least interesting to me personally. So that's why I don't like discussing this a lot. I really enjoy looking at, what could they mean? What could they reference? What could be explanations in the lore? What is in the books? That's what I like to do most of the time. And it doesn't mean stuff they do is free from people shouldn't criticize this, but yeah, it's difficult. But yeah, of course, some people, they put a lot of focus on let's put it canon. Like, I feel like Tolkien has no real canon outside of Lord of the Rings anyway, because it's just difficult. Yeah, very curious how that Hobbit side story will turn out that they mention and compared to this compared to this film. Sorry, I really need to drink something. Well, I have still something to drink. So if there are no very needed or if there's like a very high priority question by some of the viewers, I would now roll the credits. Yeah, that's true. I hope they manage to balance this out. The question you could ask is, why do they have to include the Hobbit story in the first place? But maybe it turns out fun, so we will find out what's going on there. I really try to keep it relatively balanced. I also hope that people keep it balanced too. Now we definitely know Like they presented us the big elephant in the room. I guess most people here in chat or all people here in chat are potentially awesome people and won't go to the actors' Twitter account and insult them in terrible slurs or whatever. That I don't expect of anyone here, and I hope genuinely hope nobody does this, because the actors are not responsible for this in any way. They're just doing their job. It's just as simple. So, also, I can't change anything about the series as well. I can't just talk about it. The Oliphant. Gollum was descended from elves originally. It would be funny. But yeah, it seems like that's it for today. I wish you people a fantastic rest of the day. Let me just try. I haven't updated the credits, but I think we listed should still be somewhat okay. Let me just double check. The date is alright. Seems to be okay. So let's fire up the credits. Shoutouts to all the people. Thank you again to Bilbo Baggins, who also got a member today. Much appreciated. Gaia 2, I think, recently became a member, and so on and so forth. If I'm forgetting someone, sorry for that. We'll update stuff soon. So, fantastic rest of the day, or good night, or good evening, wherever you are. Keep the discussion civil and insightful. I hope you enjoyed this. If you watched this as a VOD, then maybe press the like button. Leave a comment too. Comments always help. And maybe check some of my other video stuff I'm doing here on this channel. That would be pretty amazing, because there's a lot of cool content on this channel, in my opinion. And you maybe should check it out, right? So, definitely recommendation for the Elrond video, part 1 and part 2. Should occupy almost 5 hours of your time, though. Or the history of the Hobbit video, the origin of the Hobbit videos might be interesting. History of the Elves, also pretty good. Stuff like that. The trailer comes out in the Super Bowl halftime thing. Like, depending on your time zone, it's the 13th or 14th. On the Twitter, I think did I tweet it? Yeah, on my Twitter account, you can just post it. There is a translation of the date. 13th of February 2022. So relatively soon. I probably am asleep when this comes out, so I might do, I don't know, a live stream again on that day. So there will be a lot of live stream content, because this is difficult to do like in a scripted video or so. Maybe I try to, I'm not 100% sure, but could be another live stream then, in case people wonder. So I hope that is everything there is to do. Just for people, so just post the link again in chat, so people have the link to the article. Let's hope Nightbot works. It works. Awesome bot. It will also, everything will be linked in the description too. Also, shoutouts to the artists, also linked in the description. Kimberly A.T., Ted Nesmith, Jenny Dolphin, Firat Solhan, I'm not sure. Benef, also, I used his artwork today. And all the other awesome art. I think we haven't used Sara Morello's art today for whatever reason, which is a shame. But also shoutouts to her. As said, links are in the description. Since that is there anything left to say? Yeah, one thing. Timestamps I probably won't add to the stream, to the VOD. Because it's a lot of work going through a 4-hour stream and add timestamps. If somebody wants to do this in the comments, feel free, then I probably take them. Or if you have like a specific part you like, I don't know. it's always difficult to do the timestamp stuff, so there's that. But yeah, enough talking, enough rambling. Oh, Timbo Took is here. Shoutouts to Timbo Took. If you like painting in Middle-earth, maybe check his channel too. It's pretty awesome. And yeah, I just completed and wrapping up my stream, but you're just missing, or just hit the finishing line today. But nice to see you here, Timbo. Really nice. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. See you people next time. Goodbye.